Vidyalaya. Yesterday was packed with insightful sessions and engaging discussions, and we promise you today is going to be even more thrilling. We are truly honored to welcome you all to Technical Session 3, a session that explores the groundbreaking role of artificial intelligence in transportation. AI is no longer the future, it's the present, and it's transforming the way we design, operate, and maintain transportation systems globally. Today, we have a stellar lineup of experts who are at the forefront of this technological solution, and they are here to share their knowledge and insights with us. Before moving with the sessions today, I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, to felicitate our esteemed guests with a bouquet. Shri Atit Mishra from Alstom. Shri Deep Chakravarti from Alstom. Shri S. Rao Ganappa from LLM Innovation. Shri VVS Srinivas from Iridium. Shri Salim Basha from Alstom.
Thank you, sir. So, without further ado, let's kickstart this session with our first speaker of the day. Our first talk is on data analytics for railways, a critical area where AI is enhancing efficiency, reducing cost, and improving decision-making in railway systems. To guide us through this session, we have with us Sri Atit Mishra from Alstom, a global leader in sustainable mobility solutions. Sri Atit Mishra is a graduate in aeronautical engineering and holds a master's in system and control engineering from IIT Bombay. He began his career as a scientist with Control Aeronautical Development Agency, Ministry of Defense, working on flight control design and validation for the LCA Tejas fighter aircraft. He has worked with companies like General Motors, Moog Aircraft Group on control applications and safety critical software design, with 9 international publications and 1 invention to his name. He has been associated with Alstom since 2014. He has played a key role in major projects like eLoco and Trend Maya, and currently leads the digital and diagnostics domain. A passionate collaborator, he enjoys working with young engineers, driving innovation, improving design value streams, and fostering a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Now, I would like to introduce the co-speaker, Shri Deep Chakravarti, a highly accomplished professional whose expertise is grounded in mechanical and manufacturing engineering. After completing his post-graduation in 2016, he joined Alstom's Train Ramps department. Over the years, he has grown into the role of senior expert in the RAM domain, where his work focuses on train diagnostics and predictive analytics, system RAMs modeling, reliability testing, and growth strategies. In his current capacity, he collaborates on various projects and R&D programs within Alstom, contributing significantly to advancement in rail technology. Additionally, he leads a talented team of data engineers and data scientists, empowering them to harness data for monitoring, benchmarking, and predictive analytics across the design, maintenance, and operation phases. Sir's efforts are instrumental in enhancing both safety and technical performance in the railway sector. We are honored to welcome Sri Atit Mishra and Sri Deep Chakravarti today, and look forward to hear their valuable insights.
Hello. So I just need the pointer. I see. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Well, that was an energetic start, I must say, on a Sunday morning. My sessions are normally in the afternoon, wherever I have given. So it is a bigger challenge for me to keep the audience engaged. But Sunday, I think, is providing me this flexibility, so you're all awake and fresh. And I hope the title and the talk is also fresh. So thank you for inviting me. Today I'm going to speak about Alstom's footprint on data analytics, how we see this as a subject across the businesses that we are operating into, and what lies in the future for us. So who are we? I don't have to introduce, but I take this opportunity to tell what Alstom is doing. We are the global leaders in the mass transportation in this digital age. A very diverse set of customers to whom we offer products like high-speed, metro, locomotive, across the integrated solutions of signaling. And then the core of Alstom is nearly more than 80,000 strong engineer and talented base with several nationalities and countries. We operate in core values of AIR, agility, inclusiveness, and responsibility. And we continue to grow, innovate, and deliver. So what have we delivered so far? Let's take a glimpse of the several businesses where Alstom has positioned itself, offering products and solutions. Rolling stock, signaling, so on and so forth that we will see. And if I take rolling stock and what do we offer there, by categorizing in terms of speed and weightage, if that's a simple categorization one can attempt this morning, would be shunters, one class of locomotive I can tell, low speed, high tonnage and carrying capacity, mostly used for yards and near industrial zones. Performance, maneuverability and control is important, not the speed, followed by trams, which is, I would tell, a very street smart product, easy to decongest the city and do a mass transportation for a very short distance. Followed by metros, we offer a great range of products, right from 2-car to 9-car, manual to fully automated Goa 4 operation, convenient for city commutes. And then scaling the commute is we have commuters for a much larger population moving from city center to suburbs, typical distance of around 40-50 kilometers or slightly more, 2 to 4 stations in between, a speed of around 40-45. And then the mammoth locomotives, which is all-weather, all-climate product for different conditions and customer base. Good on speed, good on mileage, the horsepowers, followed by regionals, the extension of the commuter, and last but not the least, the locomotives. And the list keeps going on if I scale to signaling. Two of the most important products where we have positions, footprint is CBTC, as most of you would know, the communication-based train control system, ETCS, and one of the testament is the recent service inauguration of RRTS, the Delhi Meerut line, where we have given the ETCS as a solution. ATP, ATO, PSD are all the integrations into it. Component solutions. I'm going a little faster because we have to come to the topic of AI, prediction, and data analytics. But these are the origins, just to tell up why the need of data analytics has been growing as the minute we pass by. Components business, almost everything that we designed other than car body, bogies, traction motors, converters, train control solutions, interiors, electrical, so on and so forth. Infrastructure, a very multidisciplinary system or the solution that we give, that we provide to the customer, integrating engineering, procurement, construction, and maintenance to deliver on power supply, and of course, the feeding solutions. Since it is multidisciplinary, we have a very wide base of supplier knowledge and framework in place with strong project management and last but not the least, of course, predictive and corrective maintenance. Digital mobility. To improve the customer performance, customer experience, I would tell, not just the customer, I would tell passengers. So there's a short video that I would like to play and break this monotonicity. Yes. So this, before we play it, this is one of the, This is one of the algorithm solutions, whichever we want to tag it. It integrates not just the railways, but several other transportation means that we will see in the video, how it predicts and gives some kind of an advisory or even before that take some corrective actions. So let's play that.
Central Station, 9:12 a.m. Something unexpected is happening on Line 5. The metro has come to a standstill. At the Metro Control Centre, the security post has triggered the alarm. A camera has detected people on the tracks. The power is immediately cut. The traffic will be stopped for at least an hour. 5 streets away, at the Mastria Operations Centre, people already know about it. Indeed, when the Metro agent stopped Line 5, the alert was automatically triggered, and this message is blinking in red on the screen. Here they keep an eye on all the city's transport networks, coordinating them like a conductor. In less than a minute, Mastria's algorithms had already devised steps to prevent bottlenecks, adapting the city's traffic, reorganizing it, and managing the incident itself. The Mastria operator receives the procedure to be followed. He just has to choose from among several options. He selects bus, commuter trains, passenger information, maintenance for any damage to the rails, police, and the fire department. Each of these players receives an alert in real time through their operations center connected to Mastria. Bus frequency is increased and the commuter trains get ready for a massive influx of passengers. At the station, the agents provide passengers with updates and alternatives. Maintenance is already on site. In just 1 hour, thanks to Mastria, Metro is finally able to get going again. 10:30 a.m. on another day, Mastria receives a message from the city's weather service. Heavy snow is expected in 3 days' time, with temperatures down to -10 degrees Celsius. Based on the data it collects every day, Mastria knows that commuters will be reluctant to drive their cars. So, the algorithms prepare a crisis plan. This process involves increasing transport capacity. The bus, metro and train companies are alerted, and Mastria lets them know how much they must each increase their traffic. Mastria prevents a disruption even before it happens. It can also plan in the longer term for a concert scheduled in the city or a major sporting event. Thanks to Mastria, the bus, metro and tram services will be forewarned that they'll need to provide extra capacity. Mastria also alerts private ride-sharing and city bike services so that all contribute to smooth traffic. More than a simple tool, Mastria is becoming a real partner for cities. It guarantees all of us smooth traffic in the city, now and in the future.
So that was just a glimpse of, we call it MaaS, mobility as a service. So software as a service, mobility as a service, that integrates not just trains and several products within that, but it also talks to other stakeholders, be it fire department, emergency, police, and other rider means, let's say buses or trains, buses or taxis. So that's one of the niche areas. Other than few more that we are going to see in the next slides, we have again the extension of digital mobility, but mostly on services and maintenance, a platform known as Health Hub, about which we'll be going a little bit detailed in the next slides. But essentially, it integrates all the aspects of all the use cases of services and maintenance across the 3 businesses or 4 businesses, let's say rolling stock, signaling, infrastructure, by capturing data, transmission to the servers, analyzing, analytics behind it, and then taking some decision making. And then turnkey solutions, which integrates almost every of these businesses into a single package for the set of customers. I hand over the next set of slides and the topics to my colleague, Deep Chakravarti. We are usually the crime partners. So this Sunday also, we will not disappoint anyone.
Hello everyone, and thanks Atit. Let's go. So yes, we discussed about the Alstom's portfolio of solutions, and to introduce the topic, if we can go further. Okay, okay. Okay, so just a quick view of why we would like to collect and analyze data, just the business context, because railways, the ecosystem of railways is based on these axes, which you can see. We will not read through everything, but mainly operational efficiency. People would like to have a clear differentiation between road traffic, which means to know when they will get on the train and when they will get down. Similarly, for maintenance, the overall delivery of service for the operators, safety remains paramount because railway industry is governed by a lot of regulations, standards, and rules. So for sure, safety remains quite an important topic to be leveraged using data. And then on a long term, because we are talking about assets which last several decades, life cycle management, and then compliance to regulatory requirements. To that extent, Health Hub is one of the key solutions which is able to integrate these objectives in a seamless way. And it works, it cuts through across all the businesses and all the products of Alstom, including rolling stock, infrastructure, signaling, and so on. And a lot of interesting things emerge. Energy monitoring and efficiency, track health, catenary health, in some cases also some predictions related to point machines and so on. Then it's quite a interesting subject, and each country or each project leverages different aspects of Health Hub based on their needs, I would like to say. And as an example, we will not go through everything, but as an example, we can see that it is able to integrate not only the data from the rolling stock, TCMS being train control and monitoring system, so it can ingest data coming from train control, which means data coming from the brake system, the traction system, and so on. And it can also integrate data from train scanner. So train scanner is another equipment. It's almost like what the name suggests, where the train can be made to pass through this equipment, which has a lot of sensors and monitoring devices that can visually scan the train for defects, loose parts, and things like that. For processing and to see the operational view of this, then today our trains are capable to generate data in the form of discrete and continuous information. Discrete being events and continuous being op data. And that is centrally processed in Health Hub, wherein we have a lot of predefined rules, which means we are already able to use data to compare, let us say, one equipment to another inside a train, and also one train to another in the network. So that is something which is quite interesting, and it can be used to define alarms, reports, periodic emails, and so on. And these all things are then transferred also to the maintenance guy, because it is not only for the operator to read, but also for the maintenance guy to generate service requests through our maintenance tools, which could be SAP based or IBM based tools, in order to take action for preventive or predictive maintenance. The last slide, just to leave you all with a few thoughts of what we are heading towards in Alstom and what we see as the future for data analytics in railways. Like in all other industry, today we are also heavily moving towards something which is artificial intelligence, and which is able to introduce a lot of autonomy in this activity, because like seen in the previous slide, Health Hub can do a lot of things, but now we are trying to move towards some models which can able to identify patterns and anomalies by themselves instead of depending on people. Second, railway systems have been conventionally been pretty, I would say, predefined in terms of the way operations and maintenance happen, which means we always have a fixed interval and so on. But now with the advent of data and what we can do with it, including all types of data, we are able to push the envelope and make it more dynamic. The onboard compute definitely is increasing, which means we can do more things with what we are recording on the train, which also includes systems which can assess driver for their operational efficiency, for their fatigue, and even passengers with disability and others. So there is a lot of things which is happening on board. And on the way side, today, it's just a picture of what we call as a digital twin, and then we can mirror the train offline on the wayside servers to see its performance and to visualize and understand what is happening and to draw inferences regarding the future performance of the train. And lastly, like shared by Atit, a city-wide multimodal transport, because we foresee this idea of smart city to be growing also in countries like India, where these solutions could be coming in very handy to orchestrate transportation systems for the entire city using data. And so globally, railway is quite a sustainable product in terms of energy footprint, carbon footprint, cost of ownership, and so on. And the idea is to make it even more sustainable in the years to come. We're using data, and lastly, also to make it more resilient, to make it more fault tolerant, to avoid surprises for the operators, passengers, maintenance, and so on. That brings me to the end of the presentation. I don't know if you have some questions or remarks. We can discuss.
Sir, I have a quick question. If we jump into the predictive maintenance, so what set of algorithms, or you can say the methods that we are using to do this particular analysis?
Okay, so it's quite broad today because predictive maintenance is happening for different types of asset classes. We are talking about predictive maintenance for rail and signaling equipments on the track, like point machines.
We can think on the locomotives.
Yes, and even on locomotives, today we have predictive maintenance for air compressors, we have predictive maintenance for traction motors, we have predictive maintenance for some of the electrical equipment which are present on the train. And broadly speaking, what happens is we collect signatures of the healthy performance of these equipments, and then we try to identify ways to identify a deviation from its path. And we are using several techniques to do that, whether based on continuous data or discrete data, to identify if we can put something on the table. And we close the loop with maintenance because it's not always perfect, and we can raise some alarms which are not always relevant. Of course, it depends on the criticality of the issue that we are trying to track. And then we close the loop like shown in the previous slide with maintenance to identify if there is something not working. We come back and fine tune, and the loop goes on.
Thank you, sir. And I really want to ask one. Okay.
Good morning, sir. So my question is, in some of the states in India, like public transport, like buses are not working, the government buses, like in Madhya Pradesh and all others, and where private buses are running. And as you said, if a train got disrupted, you give another ways like public transport, trams or buses. What will you do if there is no public transport in that state and the private buses are not uploaded on the net? How will you tackle that issue?
Yeah, so basically Mastria is quite advanced stage of a smart city management. This is something which is more, I would say, happening in European context, where they have a lot of connectivity and a lot of systems, alternative systems in place, and where everything is managed by a common central city authority, it becomes far easier because the data is transparent and it is easy to manage things. In India, it is just the beginning, I would like to say. So at Alstom level, we are working today to develop this system, to identify more use cases. Today, we are only talking about examples like you saw, weather, stadiums, disruptions, and so on. But we foresee more things because we can identify trends in the way people move inside the city. For example, the passenger flow across stations, across areas in the city, and to better suit the aggregation of trains, buses, trams, etc. in those areas to be more available for people. But this will go several decades in the future because it cannot happen, like you said, overnight, because you have to develop other civil systems in a parallel way to make it a reality.
Will you collaborate with government, or you take insights from government for these things?
Yes. There are a lot of places where the public, the transportation operators are government bodies in some countries, and then yes, Alstom is working already with the government to first of all strategize the way to give priority and to manage this situation. And secondly, sometimes government also comes back with some specific requests to prioritize the sequence of traffic orchestration, and then we are working in that direction.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I just want to ask that how much money can you make out of it?
Public transportation, it's a very complicated thing because public transportation is not really, I would say, profit-oriented by itself. There are several cities in the world where public transportation is free to a certain extent in the city. There are some others which give special provisions to school children or people with disability and so on. Then the commercial aspect is truly with, it varies from country to country, city to city, and the authority, because the prices are not defined by Alstom. So it is defined by the transportation authorities and the operators. So it's not a straightforward answer, I would like to say.
One more question, that why are you collaborating with the government if you can collaborate some private companies to make more profit?
In some cities, these kind of systems are operated by private entities. There are some rail operators who are private in Europe and mostly also in America. So when we work with them, it's more working with other private companies. But at some other cities in Australia and even in India, it's more driven with government and public money, and therefore we have to work with them. So it all depends on the city and the way the transportation system is managed.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, as you mentioned in the last slide, pattern recognition and anomalous behavior analysis. So if we talk about crowd anomalous behavior analysis, so how we can decide whether something is anomalous and normal? So based on what kind of threshold? Means how we can decide the threshold, something anomalous or not?
So today what we are doing, madam, is we are training our models based on what we have seen conventionally, because these activities, before moving into predictive approach, it was mostly done by OCCs and operational support centers, where people used to monitor things like people leaving their bags, suspicious baggage, or bad behavior when the train comes to a station and so on. So there are some patterns which are already identified by people based on historical experiences, and it varies from, I would say, country to country, because
we are classifying basically something, it is anomalous or not normal.
It's a
so categorizing first.
It's a classification model mainly sourced by knowledge that we already have, and then continue to fine tune over a longer period of time based on what we continue to detect by people. Because with this, we do not want to say the people who are working today will not do anything and everything is run by machines, but it's mostly to give them the first level of autonomy, and
Yes.
then only specific topics are managed by them.
So here we are classifying the anomalous activities.
Yes, you can say that.
So if we think about crowd anomalous behavior analysis, so can we do this in the same way?
Yes.
So any suggestion?
I mean, ma'am, in some places this anomalous behavior, for example, if you see Indian metros, we have a lot of screening when somebody enters into the platform, which in a way limits a lot of things. Whereas in some cities, you can directly head into a station, and sometimes that creates some disturbances depending on people coming with various kinds of things with them. So yes, I mean definitely there are ways to go about it, and the solution is not one shoe fit all approach, because it depends on how the
Right.
stations are designed
Yes,
and
yes.
what kind of behaviors are we trying to monitor, because in different cities that definition of I would say anomaly varies.
Okay. Thank you. And one more thing. So if we talk about like crowd in, for example, marathons. So the crowd is very huge, means we cannot see, like we cannot count basically. So in that kind of scenario, how this is analyzed, the
We
behavior?
have some solutions which are related to passenger counting.
Okay.
So we have ticketing systems with which we can definitely count passenger flow during the day. We can also count passenger flow as they enter through the door of the train, which helps us to identify how, first of all, the stations are loaded during the day, and also how the cars of a train are loaded during the journey and also during the day, which can be used to decongest and change priorities. In some countries or in some projects, we can increase or decrease the number of cars during the day to support more or less people, and
Right.
then we are
Thank
using
you.
that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sir, what is your model accuracy, and what if it somehow it like does not function up to the mark? Like, what preventive measures can be taken from your side?
Yes, so accuracy really depends on the solution. There are some solutions which are really mature because they have been tested in various geographies and various conditions, so the accuracies remain quite high. And in those cases, an alarm can be really treated as an alarm. But railway industry is a very old industry, and then we do not let go of traditional practices overnight, which means depending on the criticality of a false positive or a false negative, we keep some contingencies in place with maintenance support or operation support. And depending on how the model is performing, we keep a keen eye, especially during the deployment phase. And then if we see that we have to make some adjustments, and in some cases, a false positive is more detrimental than a false negative or vice versa. And then those adjustments happen, and the conventional systems are always there to support while we mature this kind of.
So, sir, some human intervention is required if some like model does not function up to the mark.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was an enlightening session highlighting the role of Alstom. Now, I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate our esteemed guests, Shri Atit Mishra and Shri Deep Chakravarti, with a memento. Thank you, sir. Moving on, we now have a session on AI for railway safety, an area where AI is playing a game-changing role in ensuring the safety of passengers and railway assets. To speak on this, it is my privilege to introduce Sri Srinivasa Rao Ganappa, a visionary leader, innovator, and a serial entrepreneur with over 3 decades of experience in the railway sector and technology innovation. An alumnus of Andhra University College of Engineering and IIT BHU, Sri Srinivasa Rao began his career with the Indian Railways in 1988 as part of the prestigious IRSSE cadre. In 2000, he transitioned from public service to entrepreneurship, where he has built successful Indian multinational companies, led teams of over 850 professionals, and served clients across the USA, UK, and Australia. A fellow of IRSE UK and holder of 3 patents, he is currently focused on pioneering next-generation technologies through his IISc incubated startup L2M Rail. With a bold vision of achieving an accident-free Indian Railway and building a unicorn by 2036. We are honored to have him with us today and look forward to his valuable insights.
Yeah. Good morning, all. Am I audible? Yeah. First slide. So, very interesting topic, AI for railway safety. And what topics to be covered? I will also cover AI for railway safety. I also would like to touch upon my journey as an entrepreneur, so that many of you are interested to pursue entrepreneurship. It will help you. Hence, I thought, let me cover 2 slides on my journey, how I became entrepreneur and how I created a wealth. Okay. Yeah.
Next, back.
Yeah. So, what are the topics I'm going to cover? I have got 20 minutes, and hence I'm trying to see that I cover AI for railway safety. I also cover about the my journey, and what are we going to cover in the slides about IASC startup for railways, and how the Indian Railway is a great, how right now the safety is ensured, how sometimes accidents are happening in spite of best efforts of railways, then can we really stop these accidents 100%, and what should be done? What should be done? And as an industry, as a startup, how are we going to make railways safe 100%? So about me, it's very important for the students, and I have a BTech from Andhra University College of Engineering, MTech from IIT BHU. Then I cleared UPSC rank holder, Indian Engineering Services, joined in Railways 88. But 2000 I left Indian Railways. 2000 I left Indian Railways, I'm repeating. I completed only 12 years. I did not wait for a pension. I did not wait for other benefits, but I left after finishing 12 years. Very comfortable job, but I felt if I continue in government service, I may not become achiever. Hence, I took a bold step of leaving railways, all the benefits. So in 2000 I started, but today I don't regret. My decision was really interesting and great. So 2000 I left Indian Railway with a global mission of I'm a railway engineer. I became a railway engineer after joining Indian Railways. And how can I create more railway engineers for the global market? I became a railway engineer after joining Indian Railways. But at that time, there was no Gati Shakti. So how I become a railway engineer? Like if you see the IT industry, all the time think IT industry made the wealth for India. But IT industry solved the world problem. Shortage of IT engineers in Y2K. And had we not produced IT engineers, world could have suffered. So people think we are making wealth out of IT, creating money for IT, but we are also solving the world problem. So we created a lot of IT engineers worldwide and sent IT engineers for the world. When I came to railways, I also went to Malaysian Railway on deputation. Then I realized the shortage of railway engineers. How can India help railway engineers worldwide? So in 2000 I left, started my small training institute like a rail village. I create a rail village and produce railway engineers without joining railways, and try to see that we do railway design and we also give people to the worldwide. So I built from 1% 850 railway engineers. They never joined Indian Railways. They are all working for the railway industry, India and worldwide, and very interesting. Okay, so that is what I started my journey, and I created a total, these are 6 startups, and out of 5 startups, 3 I lost. What I created a wealth, 2 I made wealth. Okay, and at the age of 36, I left Indian Railways. I joined, I started my own startup, and at the age of 48, and 2000, I was getting a salary of 19,800 rupees, less than 20,000 rupees. But at the age of 36, at 48, I got $1 million in my bank account. It was a great achievement for me because I came from very poor family and I did not have money to study engineering, but great country helped national scholarship. I could continue, but that was not sufficient. But how do I really support my education? So that was the case, but in 48 I got $1 million, but I could have retired. But I really felt I did not complete my achievements. Okay, can I do something which I can feel proud for myself? So 5 startups, but I also tell you, in 2000 I left Indian Railways. In 2010, I created a wealth of $100 million. I lost $30 million. In 2000, my salary was 19,800. In 2010, I created a wealth of $100 million. I lost $30 million, which we'll talk separately, why I lost $30 million. But in 2010, I got $1 million bank balance. I was very happy because I have all the money to retire, but I did not retire. I decided to continue my achievement. So the story is you have to be patient and you will be successful. And you, like I tell government servants, you want to get a pension, you have to work for 20 years. If you want to become successful, it will take 20 years, but not 1-2 years. So you also have to decide, do you want to success? Do you want to become achiever, or just want to money and salary? Do you want to become a job creator? You are looking for a job. All is possible. So in 2010 I left, and 2012 I had all the money to retire, but I did not retire. So very interesting. And in the journey, no one was asking me to fly, but I also had a dream, like all of you, my batchmates in 85 left the US because they have money. So I was also thinking, yeah, Indian Railways may have, how will I fly all over the world? That dream has been fulfilled. And since 2000, almost every second month I'm flying outside India. So when I was in Railways, I did not get opportunity except flying to Malaysia. So we have only one life. How can we see the world? Okay, these are the dreams for all of us. We are all ambitious Indians. We would like to enjoy India, but we also would like to see Paris. We would like to see London Bridge. We want to see New York. All is important. So we have a one life. How can we really make sure that we fulfill our dreams in our own life? So you have to have a courage to think, courage to think big, courage to dream, to think big and act upon. What do you lose? If I had continued Railways, I could have lost only 2.4 lakh salary. But I had $1 million in 48. And it is possible for everybody. There are no risks in entrepreneurship. People think entrepreneurship. You have to quick to learn to fail and start something else. So don't think that you will become a failure. Don't have unknown fear of failure. Come to me, I'll explain, and join with me as a co-founder. No problem. Or I'll join with you as a co-founder. And we'll build one more enterprise for India. Yeah, one for India, yeah. Yeah. So now, yeah. So I come back to the about this is my 6th startup, and about IISc startup for railways, and I'm really proud. In 2000, sir, when I started my company, I have a IIT degree, MTech. I have a medals. I also cleared UPSC. Went to the bank in 2000. In 2000, I went to the bank. 90 days I traveled to the bank almost every week for getting a 3 lakhs loan. After 90 days, it is rejected. Every day I went, I said, what do you want? I have IIT MTech. I also cleared UPSC. I was joint director in railways. Do you think I will run away? Why don't you give me 3 lakhs loan? I did not get it. That was the challenge in 2000. When I started my first company, I never knew it was called startup. Now, it's different in India. All of us are lucky. India has changed thanks to so many great people made different. So when I went to 2015 to IASC, and all the time I decided, you should decide, are you entrepreneur or are you investor? Entrepreneur should invest zero money. Investor will bring the money. So don't ever think you want to play investor role. You will never play. You should never play investor role because you are not investor. Business needs crores of money. How the money to come? They are investor. They invest 1 crore, they take 100 crore. They invest 1 crore, they lose the money. It is their game. Your game is you have an idea. You have an idea. And you have a courage to implement that idea. You may not know software. You may not know AI. But you have a problem to solve. And how will you solve? When you solve the problem, you are there. So it's very important. In 2000, I failed to get 3 lakhs loan. In 2015, when I went and presented IASC, in 2016, IASC said, okay, I all the time have a mind of entrepreneur. In 2015, I had money to invest. I said, no, I should not think I'm an investor. I'm an entrepreneur. If my idea is great, money will come. If the idea is not great, you change the idea. And you get somebody who will listen to your idea, or 100 people, 95 people say you are useless idea. 5 people will say you are great. So you have to be patient to meet 100 people if you want the money. So in IASC, when we presented in 2015, they have grilled us for 9 months. 9 months. I said railways are not safe. I want to make railways safe. Yeah, I'm daily travel kar raha. Why are you saying railways is not safe? I want the money. I want to make railways safe by using next generation technologies. And 2015 we went and pitched into close to maybe 25, 30 institutes. And finally IASC and some more have given. IAS has given 2000. I could not get 3 lakh. In 16 February, we got 1 crore from IASC. How much? 1 crore. 15 lakhs direct funding, 85 lakhs other supports. So please, IAS is a great, IITs are great, and Gatsekti Vijay is great, and we'll change the model so that many people will get a funding. So I got the funding. But even if I had money, I did not want to invest. I want to bet on my idea. You get the idea because your friend will give money, your wife will give money, but they are not validating your idea. Go to market and get it validated, and when you get the money. So it's very interesting journey which I want to talk. Sorry to deviate. Let me continue. Yeah. So these IASC startup, and why IASC I will tell you. Very interesting. Why IASC? The idea is if you want to innovate, you need a great brain. All the great brains joined government service. Srinivas, all our military, they all joined. All the great people, IITs, IASC, NITs, mostly joined in my period. Afterwards also joined government service, IAS, IPS, income tax, railways. And some people left India, which are great, because innovation needs a best brain. Again, some people joined Alstom India, great people, Alstom India, Microsoft India, Google India. Who is there for Indian industry? We also need best brains to innovate best technologies. Where will you get a talent? I have an idea. I want to solve the problem. If I don't have best brains, what will happen? One in government service, one in Alstom, Siemens, Hitachi, some left the country. So it's a challenge. So hence I have chosen IASC. IASC has got best brains in the world back to IASC. Some reason, maybe a family's problem. They all BTechs, MTechs from IITs. They went out of country, Stanford, Harvard, Oxford College. When I studied, there are 550 people and everybody is a PhD. Okay, and 550 people, they're all great. Then we have a 220 labs. 220 labs. You name 5G, there's a lab. You name 6G, there's a lab. You name nano, it's a lab. So all kinds of labs are available. Then we have 5,000 students. In that, 3,500 are PhD. IITs produce graduates. IAS produce PhDs for the country. So every year you have 3,500 students in the campus. They are hungry. You give a problem, they will do a literature survey. They also do some kind of a designs. So it's very important that we need to take a backup of, because you have a strategy to innovate the best technologies. It is not possible. It's not possible. So IASC, yeah. So So, and there are 6 people I have picked up. I am the entrepreneur. I have railway domain knowledge. I know railway problem. The 5 from IASC. IASC gave a model, including working faculty can be part of a startup. So we have 6 people. I am the railway domain expert. I am also entrepreneur background. I have seen the problem. 5 of them know what are the technologies can solve this problem. So we teamed up, 6 people. So don't have to think I can do everything. You have to team up 3 or 4 people. But don't team up with the same kind of people. You have to be one, and remaining people are different. So it should be very important. Don't bring common skill. Bring different skills. Yeah. So, yeah. So, and again, what is deep tech startup? Using advanced science and technology to solve complex problems in the society or industry. So deep tech startup is advancing science and technology. You have to use and to solve the complex problem. And we also decided that what problem are we solving? Don't say I'm starting a startup. You have to decide what problem are we solving. So we decided, can we build accident-free Indian Railway? Can we not take Indian technologies outside India? Can we also not create wealth? So you need to be very clear what problem are we solving. If you solve a small problem, it will become small startup. If you solve a big problem, you will become big startup. You have to decide what problem are you choosing. Think big and make your goal unreachable. Don't try to just solve by making one small app. Okay, think big. So what problem are we solving like that? So we are a 9 years old startup and about 10 patents and also deployed technologies for Indian Railways. We feel so proud when the technologists are stopping accidents. And I see every alternate way accident is stopped. But there are so many things that are happening in other places. So once we bring the size of stopping accident, we will be known like another great company. So we are there. Yeah. So Indian Railway is a great. I am very proud to be part of Indian Railway. You all sleep in Bangalore, go to Delhi. You don't know what all happened. Some newspaper comes, some breakfast comes, some engine changes, some driver changes, but you are enjoying. You are having comfortable journey. And so comfortable. Wife, children, all are traveling. And such a great Indian Railway, they have wonderful systems and process. Okay, and technologies are not available now. How will I run my trains? I am running my trains with available technologies. That's the great about Indian Railways. You need lot many technologies, and so there are more people are employed. Okay, and sometimes accident happens. How can I stop these accidents also is our school of thought. People are great. They are manually examining. They are making sure that you get everything including safety. But once in a while, accident do happen. And how do I stop this accident? Because one accident, 100 people, you can imagine how much is the loss for the families. Should not die. Nobody should die. What should be done? Yeah. So you are a very comfortable journey. You are traveling, see the scenarios, and having a tea, coffee, water, and newspaper, and talking to your wife, children, and playing cards. All you are enjoying actually. That where will you get it? Okay, and look at the people. 24/7. They are monitoring your trains, and you understand how they are working. How they are working without technology. So can they really monitor at higher speeds? Now the speeds are low. Now I tell you example, when train leaves at Bangalore, going to Delhi and coming back, I do examination of my Rajdhani at Bangalore. I don't examine. I just casually check and clean. Goes to Delhi and comes back. You imagine train traveling from Bangalore to Delhi and Delhi to Bangalore, I only do examination at Bangalore. And in between I don't do. Anything can go wrong. My wagons are fully mechanical parts. Something may catch fire. I don't know. And once in a while, accident will happen. So it's very important, if you want to make railways safe, you have to monitor everything every second. Otherwise, it's not possible. So hence, lot many entrepreneurs are required to solve this problem. IAS startup, lab to market alone will not be sufficient. There are many problems. Because I'm not really interested about whether AC is working or not in the AC coach. Interested to make sure springs are all right or not. Okay, yeah. So here, very interesting. Everybody said computer vision will not work for railway safety. And we took it a challenge. And thanks to Praveen Kumar and DFCCL, they said, rouse up. Because it's all important. They wanted machine inspection system for improving railway safety. Railways are committed. They asked one international company, they quoted 45 crores. India cannot afford, yeah. We cannot pay. If I get a vaccination, say 1 lakh for one vaccination, will I take it? If I ask 1,000 rupees, people won't take it because we cannot afford. You give free, I will take it. That's our country. So don't bring such a costly equipment which India cannot afford. So all of us have to solve our problem. Why this technology should be 45 crores? So we said we'll develop less than 3 crores. And we took a challenge and took the highest help. I said, let us develop this technology for less than 3 crores. Very interesting, yeah. And human being at 15 kilometers per hour you can see. But can I see the wagon number at 100 kilometers per hour or 70 kilometers per hour, 50 kilometers per hour? Is it good or bad? So AI is working now. We are applying for railway safety. And it is looking at every train in Aligarh coming from Calcutta to Delhi in Eastern Freight Corridor. Every day. We monitor 40, 50 trains every day. Are very interesting. And we monitor for train 10,000 images. Can 10,000 images, can human beings see something wrong? But 10,000 images, our system sees. Finally, result has come. You see, hanging part is detected. And the speed is 77.44. So train goes and you collect all the images and process it and declare the result. At 77.48 kilometers per hour, human being cannot see the train beyond 15. And Bangalore train leaves, goes to Delhi, comes back. We need to check periodically. Anything can go wrong. And once in a while it happens. And it's very important to bring AI for railway safety. Since time is given very less, I have shown you one of the use case. How railway safety can be assured by using next generation technologies. And come to this stage, it took about 9 years. 9 years, yeah. So accident happens. Very painful. And don't blame Indian Railway. 20/7. Sir, army, you fight war once in a while. Indian Railway fights war every day. I'm again repeating. You're great, sir, but Indian Railway fights war every day. You go to any DRM, you go to any general manager, they're sleepless. They're running your trains. There may be failings in some occasion, but daily number of trains are running. So daily they see the war. Daily they see the war. Yeah. Sir. Yeah. So can we prevent 100% accident? One accident, 100 people died. One accident, 2 people died. 1%, 1 people died. Nobody died. Wealth is created, lost. So can we stop 100? We have to have a plan. We have to have a plan. Nobody should die because of pandemic. Nobody should die because of accident. And again, feel proud of Indian Railways. Don't blame them. They have no technologies. Technologies are not available. Somebody says 45 crores. I will use that money for rural roads. I will give money for education. Why will I give 45 crores? It's a big challenge for us, sir, as a developing country. Yeah. So, challenge of Indian Railways. See, if all in one area, fine. You have trains from Bangalore, Kanyakumari to and Kashmir. And any rail can become failure. Because you are taking it as granted. Rail will fail. Rail meant to fail. Human meant to make a mistake. But why to accident to happen? Human will make a mistake. I am a very good driver for 20 years. One day, some reason at the bridge I overspeeded. I am a 25 years good maintainer. One day I mistake connected 2 wires. Very sad. You may punish him, but he took all our train 20 years. One day you overspeeded. So once in a while, human being make a mistake. And engineers should never believe that equipment will not fail. Equipment will fail. When equipment fails, you should not cause accidents. What should be done? What should be done? Yeah. So like that. So we understood, we analyzed it. I formed a big committee in IASC and segregated human errors. Kavach is coming first time in India and is going to be the world. All driver errors, Kavach will arrest. Now, safety critical asset. Now, there is a failure of signal. There is a failure of broken rail. My gangman walks, he finds a broken rail. What is next, sir? Can I stop my train? I cannot stop my train. He runs with the red flag. Now, I have seen, I am walking daily morning, my gangman walks every day 10 kilometers. And he has seen the broken rail. Because night, he comes only morning, and afternoon he goes back. Then he came in the next day morning and rail is fractured. Because rail will fail. When it fails, what is next? I cannot, the next train will come. 1 minute, I travel 2 kilometers. If I go with 120 kilometers per hour. 1 minute, 60 seconds, 2 kilometers. Same train may come on the same track, same happen. Can I inform my train driver? Real time. We don't have a technology. But how Indian Railways is managing safety? Beautiful. Gangman, phone, here, everybody acts. But still, once in a while, accident happens actually. Again, you see, signal meant to fail. In Kanchenjunga, signal failed. After that, human also failed. And accident happened. There's a train standing. Signal failed. Signal is there, is confident. Train, signal failed. One more train is standing. He gone with regular speed. So can we give a map to the train driver? He can see all the trains with independent technology. Now Google map, even though you know road, you see the map. Now can we give a map wherein train driver can see next train ahead? Independent technology. So signal failed, still he has got a map, but there is one train ahead. So all those things important. One is human failure, and second asset failure. How will I make sure that human failure will not happen after asset failure? Yeah, it is. So can we stop really 100% accident? There is a need for, so all of us have to work, and they should be affordable. It is not impossible. How to make it possible? By using, innovating real-time deep tech system. So when gangman is working, he is seeing real-time data. My gangman hits and tells me rail is fractured. So he is having a lot of human intelligence. How the accidents are prevented? He will tell my bearing is bad. Such a great people in the railways. Human intelligence. And all or some can be done by AI. He hits it and he will fight to find out rail is a problem, weld is a problem. So it's very great people we have. And how can you use their knowledge to find out rail fractured or going to fail? Or bearing is failed. All those things very important actually. So it is possible by innovating real-time deep tech systems. We don't have a luxury. 1 minute train goes 2 kilometers. If it is going 120, and we are talking about 180. Okay, so very challenging. So we don't have a luxury of time. Everything should happen real time if you want to make accident-free Indian Railways. So students, you have a lot of problems to solve in railways. Gatshakti Vijayalaya is meant for everything, but we have a lot of challenges in railways. Yeah. So is it possible to collect the safety critical data? I'm not interested to collect air quality of the wagon in the coach. Can I find out my spring is all right, my long pull rod is all right, my brakes are all right, my wheels are all right, there's no fire in the coach, there's no fire in the wagon? Can I really find out? And can I also analyze, is it going to cause an accident or is it not going to cause an accident? Then action, can I inform the train driver? So very important. So we need data, strain, temperature, vibration, acceleration, images. What human being is doing? I will go and touch axle, is it hot or not? I'll go and listen, bearings are not good or not. I'll watch. When human being can do, why can't we use same knowledge to build a system? So it's very important to study how Indian Railways are ensuring the safety. Can we build a system? Can we build a system? So real-time data, what sensors are required? So when I went to IAS, I said, sir, we are importing sensors from China. And they work for 6 months, they don't work. But I make a wagon which is life for 25 years. Can we build a sensor which will have a life of 25 years? Again, cost in my mind, reliability in my mind. You bring some sensor from you imported, it will work 6 months. After 7 months, you change sensor, the same sensor is not available. So we have to build our own sensors for our country if you want to support next 25 years. That company in China may not exist after 6 months. So very challenging. So we started working on, first time, sir, we discovered optical fiber sensing technology for Indian Railways. No one else. And thanks to IASC. We are grateful for IASC. IASC, we have thrown the problem, they have given a solution. This is the right technology for sensing. Contactless sensor, can I listen? Can I listen? I'm not touching, but can I listen? Then images. So these are things, this is the data required. On that, how to build when human being can able to tell it's going to cause unsafe, why not my system? Like that. So edge computing is available now. And coming to the real-time action, just to, before applying brakes, inform train driver, there's a fire in the coach or there's a wheel fracture. Inform the train driver. Wheel failure will not cause a major accident if you reduce the speed. Ask him to reduce to 30 kilometers. There's a flat of 50 mm. Still we can run, sir. But you should not run 130. But train driver doesn't know there's a flat wheel. I am running 58 wagon. I don't know about 50 my wagons, whether they're healthy or not. How will I inform? How will I inform? Then, if he doesn't apply brakes, any reason, can you reduce the speed? Can you apply brakes? So, thanks to Government of India, Indian Railways, and Ashwini Vaishnaw Minister, Honorable Minister, is after. Kavach is a platform for our country. Here, I am only talking about driver errors. But system is available to apply brakes. I can apply brakes for the brake. There's a broken rail. So, system is available. So, I can use the same platform to apply brakes for various reasons. So, it's very good platform is being built. So, India is progressing. Indian Railways are progressing. You will see different Indian Railways next 5 to 10 years. Yeah. So, our innovation. So, I'm just talking as a theory. No. We have been working for last 9 years. And see the innovation what we have done. Automatic train examination by artificial intelligence. Automatic detection of a train defective wheels by optical sensing technology. And driver high by smart cloud. Now I was mentioning, can driver see 20 kilometers ahead, irrespective of other technologies? Because it's a second defense for him. Second defense for him. In Balsore accident you might have seen, if the driver can see the point is not reverse, probably could have been more intelligent. We are not giving information to train driver about the point normal or reverse. So can I give that information? So there are certain ways where you can reduce the impact. And like that actually. So automate uneven loading. Now let's say in the cables are coming in a container, and by lifting container, putting into the train, the cables moved back. Uneven loading. How will I stop my train? Like that. Smart half a track worker. Very interesting, sir. There's a limitation of technology. People are dying on the track side. Because people are working, they don't know whether the train is coming or not. That information is not available to track man. So one of the DRM said, Rausab, let us not kill my own people. Can you develop a smart app? And we said, sir, GPS has a problem because it doesn't give accuracy of 1 meter. It gives plus or minus 10 meters. How can you develop a smart app? Wonderful app working in DRM 300. Very good app. And there's a back end also, but it works like this. The trackman, when he's going upline and downline, he has to choose I am in upline. That's it. It will immediately tell you there's no train on this upline. When the train comes, he gets alert. And every 30 seconds. When the train leaves, he starts working. He become intelligent now. Absolutely, at that time, we will do something else. So smart app, we developed and deployed. Very simple technology. And doesn't cost, but saving a lot of lives. So a lot of things can be done by next generation technologies now to save railway man. Okay. And last one is artificial. Now, if you want to really, don't see artificial art vehicle every 200 kilometers. You have to real time get the temperature. Real time get the temperature, yeah. So system architecture, yeah. So these are all. So how that, so the entire, if you see here. Yeah. So here, in this, it's a smart app. Driver or anybody can see entire yard. Why only station master? Earlier we had wire technologies, now wireless technologies. Everybody can see what is happening at the station. Yeah. Okay. And these uneven loading. Yeah. And these are dost, which is we call those for the people working at the track. Yeah. And onboard temperature. So these are the things. So very interesting, which I wanted to present. For everybody said railway safety, AA means cannot be used, can be used for advisory. We have proven to Indian Railways, we have proven to the world that first success story of using AI for railway safety. Yeah. So, yeah. AI enabled and it is in use since August 23, sir, actually. Every day, every week, we are preventing accidents. Yeah. So our plan, what is our plan now? Can we make no accidents? Okay, we have a plan and we are executing. It takes time. But we are, because as a startup, we need to make sure that we are innovate one technology, again we are and innovate second technology. It's important, like I want to have 1 kilometer swimming, I have to stop at every 100 meters and take some breathing. So it's very important actually. And important, when you go to IASC, every department this is there. Please imagine, you have to imagine, can I make accident-free railways? Can I stop all accidents? It's very important to imagine. So we keep on imagining. And it's very interesting, which we learned in IASC. If you imagine, it will happen. So imagination is more important than knowledge. I may not have software knowledge, but can you imagine? Knowledge comes to you. We have a knowledge, you cannot imagine. No use. So how to imagine? You have to imagine. Yeah. So many technologies are available. How do I apply? Yeah. So idea is very important. North to south, east to west. And we need to make sure that we get a real-time information from each critical asset. I need a real-time data. How will I get a real-time data? What should be done? Okay, which is something confidential, I'm not disclosing, but we are working on how to get a real-time data from each strategic critical asset. Okay, now I also want to know the good vehicle trends. One is about the safety, which are safety, the train leaves at Delhi, coming to Bangalore. Can I monitor and say, wheel is all right? So you need to do the edge computing, you also do the cloud computing. So you get the data silo from each location. Can we also see the trends in the, so AI is very good to find out the trends. How do I apply AI like that? So again, India is coming with the Kavach. I call Kavach Plus. Kavach is right now stopping errors of the drivers. Now if there's a broken rail, can I stop my train? So we are working how to make Kavach Plus. And Kavach is a wonderful platform. The best platform for the developing countries, even developed countries are talking. ETCS doesn't have this kind of facility. If the broken rail, can I stop my train? No. Kavach can take the input. But we don't have technology for broken rail. Once we develop broken rail technology, we can integrate. So Kavach, God's gift, someone in Indian Railways thought, and it has been a reality. And it's a great platform, sir. And people keep on criticizing government. Don't criticize. There are a lot of challenges. And we are in India, we also will advise Prime Minister what Prime Minister should do. But we will not do our job. So we'll keep on advising. Yeah. So this what. So our example is that now OHG mast is so expensive. Can we OHG mast put eyes and ears? It can see in between the train track is damaged. One train goes, damage the track. Second train derails. I don't know. So one train goes, damages, something fallen. Okay, how will I know? So it is important. Every inch of the track should be seen by somebody. So can we put eye on that? Can I hear? Very important, because you want to make railway safe and no accident should happen. So every data should come real time. Again, onboard system, every coach, wagon and engine should be. Today we have a problem. Coaches has got a power, wagon don't have power. Can anybody innovate how to get a power to wagons? I am asking IASC. Wagon no power now today. I cannot put even a GPS device. How will I put any equipment, health monitoring equipment? Challenge for health wagon, no power, sir. So how, but if I don't put, I monitor wagon real time, I cannot make wagon safe. It's very challenging for us. So we are working. How do I really make power to the wagon? Then the systems are available. So very interesting. So I need to know about each wagon real time. I am okay. I am a train driver. All 56 wagons are reporting to me. I am okay. Every second. Every track I am telling me, sir, nothing, no external interference. Nothing has come. Nobody has come. No one has fallen. If we don't have real time, you cannot achieve 100% accident-free Indian Railways. Okay. Same thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm finishing, sir. So innovate all technical to make accident-free Indian Railway. And we have created first time in India, IASC has selected our startup, and we got extra place for AI lab for railway safety. And there are foreign delegates are coming and visiting us. How can we work? How can they work with us, or we can work with them? Okay. And second is very important. You understand we need the time to build autonomous wagons. Yesterday I was asking, how can you build India autonomous wagon? When the truck driver goes from Baroda to Delhi, makes some money, why not my truck? Yeah. So we are grateful to IASC. Without IASC, I don't exist. The startup doesn't exist. And we really salute IASC. Yeah. Okay. And we have got a national startup award, sir. First time in Indian Railway. Okay. Yeah. So our vision is accident for Indian Railway. And this is the one. And sir, Rail Innovation India. So we are exporting our Denmark. We signed with European market. They want us to take this technology to the European market. Then we signed with American Railroads. Some of the company wants to take our technology to American Railroad. And recently I went to Mozambique, Eastern Mozambique. They wanted our technology for Mozambique. And now only for the student, do you have a courage to think big and execute? And tell me Sachin Adandla, EG from IIT, how he became great, how he became achiever. Second, next is Bhatia, Hatmail Bhatia, how he became achiever. Why not some of you can become great? Third is Google Sundar Pichai, EG father Mukesh Ambani. poor, but where is he today? He has become achiever. So let us think big to change India. So do you want success or money? Do you want you want to become job creator or job seeker? Do you want achievement or money? And do you want wealth or salary? Do you want wealth in 10 years or 35 years? After 30 years only you get a retirement and all. Can you make good wealth in 10 years? And can you think of 8,500 crores rather than just pension in 10 years? And we have a great visionary, Dr. Manoj Chaudhary sir. I listened to him. Yesterday I listened to him. Definitely, you will produce some Sundar pictures from GSP, some Satyanada Endless, and some Hotmail Bhatia. Sir, accept you, sir, actually. Yesterday when because idea is, see, he has a passion. He has a passion. And he may not have any wealth, but he will have wealth of satisfaction when few of you become Satyanada Endla, Sundar Pichai, Hotmail Bhatia. And really, I was so impressed, sir. I felt why I did not come earlier. I've been listening, seeing the post, and you are a great visionary, and I just want to hug you. Thank you. Sir, I also would like to present our Vision 2030 Action for Indian Railways. Yeah. Okay. So probably I will take the questions during tea break here. Many questions will come because of entrepreneurship, and I am already late. I'm sorry for that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I know he has given many ideas for many of our projects, many areas, and I have requested him and will request him that many of our students can do internship with you in ISC or Lab 2 Market. He has agreed that tomorrow he is meeting our placement cell for discussing internships and placements, right? And one thing, he has taught many things, but one thing I really want to summarize for all of us. We all look for rewards and there is nothing wrong with it. We all want to be rich, there is nothing wrong with it. But rewards do not come if we merely sit. Rewards come when we offer value to our stakeholders. That is very important. He has decided, and Indian Railways is a great job, he has decided that he wants different rewards, rewards of creating something new, rewards of, right? And therefore, he chose a different path. But he continued to offer value to his stakeholders. That may be Indian Railways, that may be humanity, that may be different companies. Therefore, to summarize, we have to make sure that whatever dreams we have can be realized if we work in the direction to achieve them. Merely dreaming is not enough. We must dream big, great, but we have to also have the courage to execute the dream every day. And then only we can succeed. Thank you so much. We'll discuss more during tea.
Thank you, sir. Your words were both enlightening and impactful. We deeply appreciate your time and effort. Now, I'd like to invite our Honorable VC sir to felicitate our esteemed guest, Sri Srinivasa Rao Ganappa, with a memento. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, we have with us Sri VVS Srinivas, Director of Heridim and a 1993 batch officer of the Indian Railway Service of Mechanical Engineers, with over 30 years of experience in railways, ports, dredging, steel and oil and gas sectors. A mechanical engineering graduate from RAC Surat, he holds a master's from IIT Delhi and has trained in Germany, Switzerland, France, Singapore, Malaysia and Vienna. He also attended environmental management course under the British Chevening Scholarship and visited the USA as a Rotary Exchange Program Ambassador. As a Director of Heridim for the last 4 years, he had made it a leading center for disaster management training, earning recognition from NDRF, NIDM and SDRF. Let's welcome him warmly.
I will directly talk from the column mic. Thank you very much. Respected Manoj Chaudhary sir, undoubtedly the most inspiring and go-getter I have ever come across in my life. and his able team who is quickly molding up to deliver his dreams, and the stalwarts from industry, and today I come across the armed force people. I salute you, sir. We are fighting the war in borders. That's why we are able to fight our wars every day in railways. And the brilliant students here, one of the best brains. And to stand in front of you and talk something is a great privilege to me. Why we are getting into the capacity building is, when we alone innovate and advance, it's not enough. You have to carry your team with you. What you think the other person should do, and how you want to tell him to do, and how he will assimilate, and how he will deliver. There are so many steps in between. That is what is called as capacity building. The real success of the leader is not being very great, but to generate the kind of environment and ecosystem where even in his absence, the same kind of excellence is delivered. For that, sir, hats off to you. You are able to, I can see this, and even Rao sir. And Rao sir special I want to mention, I should have met you before, sir. And second thing is, you will make me jobless. I will be happily become jobless if you are successful. When you make 0 accidents, I have no job. But I will be happy to do that. So in capacity building, before we go ahead, I just want to cheer you up. I don't want to talk about the normal stuff. And where is Akash? Akash, no leakage of papers. Some of the questions I ask, all the boys who did internship with me are not eligible to answer, for others only. Just I'll cheer you up a bit and sweeten it. Why I say that is, my topic is not a very pleasant one, right? Who wants to see an accident? Who wants to see a bomb blast? Who wants to see 100+ limbs thrown everywhere and blood spluttered? I don't want to show you all those things. I'll make it very interesting. I'll ask a question. First finger first. One who raises and answers correctly, 3 of you can raise your answer. They will get a chocolate. Right? Rapid quiz. All set. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. How many employees are there in Indian Railways? Quickly.
9 lakhs. 1.3 million.
Huh? Nearest. Catch? You play cricket? Yeah, good. Very nice. So, good. I mean, most of you are near. It's okay, or you can aadha chocolate usko bhi khila do. So, what percentage of money we spend on them for salaries? It is a tougher question. 2 chocolates. What percentage of money we spend on their salaries?
50%.
Right? I'm sorry, including pensions. Including pensions. How much? Hey, is that you are not leaking the paper? Huh? So, pardon? Oh my God. फिर तो इधर खड़ा ही नहीं होऊंगा मैं. दरगाह नहीं मिलेगा. हाँ? अरे. Most of you are near, but any girls have answered? अरे, I'm not hearing any girls' voice यार. Women empowerment का इरा है. 55? 65. Okay, 1 chocolate for you. Right? And any girl has answered? Gee, 1 chocolate for you also. Thank you. So, right. 64% of our total money, revenue is spent only on salaries. So why capacity building is important? When we dream big, this biggest asset, if it's not geared up to deliver what we want, we will never achieve where we want to be. It is the learning, unlearning, metamorphosis of this huge mammoth called as Indian Railways. 12 lakh people, perhaps bigger than many countries' population. Next to the next question. Oh, jump to the last slide. Oh, sorry, paper leak ho gaya. Arre. Chalo, koi baat nahi. I just for 3-4 questions, both chocolates bacha hai. But what is the thing you can't buy with all the money on this earth? Human life? Yes. And I deal with it. How to make the human life, save the human life, and be someone who can contribute whatever little I can to save that. So my salary should be, how much you can imagine. Well, so ulta ho gaya iska order. कितना पैसेंजर्स? इसमें डेली 22 मिलियन पैसेंजर्स, इसमें एक पैसेंजर भी नहीं मरना है। वही हमारा ख्वाब है, राव साहब का ख्वाब है। वो प्रिवेंशन है, मैं होने के बाद बचाने वाला हूँ। दैट इज द थिंग। ही इज लाइक ए गिव यू एक्सरसाइज एंड डेली टेल यू रन एंड ऑल, आई विल टेल यू ठीक है हो गया, मैं ट्रीट कर लूंगा। जी, हाउ कैन वी सेव? दिस क्वेश्चन कैरीज, oops, everything is okay. आंसर भी दे दिया। अरे ओके, गोल्डन आवर चला गया। Who are supposed to act? First responders. Now the big question, many chocolates. Who are first responders? Okay, 1, 2. सब आपका भाई ले लेना। All of you take it. Well, how will you train them? And how many of them are there? Now the last guess. How many are to be trained? How many will be there to be trained? कितना होगा? एक wild guess. 3 lakh people are to be sensitized. Disaster management is a response of an organization where every stakeholder plays his role tacitly, actively, directly, intensely, or anything. So that's where we are there. So these are the people. So now coming to that, who are the people? What is the minimum they should know? A fire in a train? A fire in a train? And often when fire happens, even today we get down from train and run away. I have seen many accidents. A stitch in time will save 10. Like that, there are many accidents where a timely action could have prevented the whole train from getting destroyed. Once again, sir, कुछ भी है, आप कुछ भी करें, आग तो लगेगा ही। आग लगने के बाद क्या करना है वो हमारा काम है। उसको कैसा ट्रेन करना है 3 लाख लोग को। इसके लिए सेटअप हुआ है वर्ल्ड्स फर्स्ट एंड ओनली काइंड ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट, इंडियन रेलवेज इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, वेयर we are interested with this task of sensitizing all the time about 10 lakh people of Indian Railways. Out of the 3 lakhs, very specially we are supposed to train. With how much team? I have a team of 30,000 people. Don't think so. I am one-man army for a long time. There is to be one officer with 2, other than me there is one officer, and we have 5 supervisory officials. How can we do that? There comes what you guys know, AR and VR, artificial reality, augmented reality, virtual reality, etc. The modern technologies, how to teach, how to replicate. So, well, normal training is like this. इसको चलाओ यार वीडियो को थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग बनाना है इतना बढ़िया वीडियो दिखा है सभी लोगों ने
Bengaluru, popularly known as IRIDM, is a unique facility in the world dedicated to railway disaster management training. In addition to training 11,000 railways personnel since commissioning 5 years ago, IRIDM also conducted special courses for personnel from NDRF, SDRFs, civil defense, etc. In absence of such trainings elsewhere, team of IRIDM designs modules and creates various scenarios in-house for capacity building to handle challenging situations with innovation and ingenuity.
Pause करो.
3 weeks railway specific intensive training to more.
आपने देखा होगा bodies तो मिलता नहीं है. Frankly speaking, even NDRF, which is supposed to do it, who don't have bodies. How will you make it? तो हमारे पास तो बजट है कि 2000 रुपया से ज्यादा कुछ नहीं खरीद सकता। If I sit crying, I can't do anything. We have taken the plastic bottles जो स्टेशन में फेंका जाता है ना, वो सब लाए थे। उसमें मिट्टी और थर्मोकोल balls एक रेशियो में भरने से you will have the density of the body. So we filled it up in the coveralls and used them as bodies. Now yesterday I met NDRF DG and he was telling that we want to learn from you and do this ourselves. वापस जाइए, वीडियो प्ले करिए।
Indian Railways inspire capacity building to handle challenging situations with innovation and ingenuity. Three weeks railway specific intensive training to mold Railway Protection Force personnel into elite rescuers commenced at IRIDM on the 16th of September 2024. This training is planned in coordination with JRPFA and NWR. Highly skilled personnel of NDRF are also included in this training to expose RPF personnel to synergic working needed in the field. trainees are given exposure to challenging accident scenarios involving bridges, water bodies, etc., in addition to various typical situations. Repeated practice on virtual and augmented reality modules in firefighting and trauma management is imparted to sharpen their skills. Training will include a full-scale mock drill on a simulated accident of a passenger train in an artificial tunnel created at IRIDM.
Kudos to my team. We could create various scenarios which are more realistic, because today country looks to NDRF, and NDRF feels that they need a special training in railways. So we are there to do that, and that's our role. But we can do for elite rescuers, maybe from the armed forces, maybe from the NDRFs. But how about the first responders? As rightly said, somebody traveling in a train, starting with driver, guard, and our AC coach attendant, they all should be given minimum exposure. The early they act, the quick are the results. That first 1 hour after the accident, the survival rate is 80% if you act. If you don't act, it will fall very sharply. Within 3 hours, it will come down to 20%. Any one of you had ever, any of your family members experienced a major accident? Just raise your hand. हाथ ऊपर करिए. हाँ. It's the credit to the Indian Railways and wonderful advances we have made. In last 20-30 years, there are no accidents, hardly any accidents. But that can't make us complacent. We are going to the world standards. We are increasing our speeds. And our challenges are unique. Our trains have to travel through really urban population areas which are densely populated. If train derails, it will not only cause harm to the passenger, it will cause harm to the people who are staying nearby. What happened in Enschede in Germany was a rare thing for them. For us, it can be a routine thing. So we have to gear up. In addition to coverts and several other parameters, we should be also ready to handle the worst in the best possible manner. So how to do that? The big challenge is two things. One is the fire, the other one is the CPR, and third one is the first aid. These three skills everybody should possess. If I ask in this hall, hardly anybody has raised their hand. I'm not really surprised. Even in railway, there are many people who had put in 20 years now who don't raise hand. That means that they have not come across an accident which involves a fatality. Incidentally, to my good luck or bad luck, I was witness to an accident which was escaped by my own family, in which 4 people died in a bomb blast. And I have handled it and was there with the dead bodies for nearly 11 hours. That's what is my motivation. Like Manoj Chaudhary साहब का इसमें तो थोड़ा हम भी इसमें inspiration में आगे बढ़ रहा है. So how will you then teach so many people? How will you educate them? There should be self-learning modules. With our shoestring budget, how to make it? First we made videos. Then based on that experience, we collected people, converted them into self-learning packages. Then self-assessment packages. Now we have moved then to the VR packages, then AR, then MR. So I'll show you our journey. And many people helped us. As you know, in the first one, it is only like a video game. In second one, you have the physical elements but can't have the interface with them. In the third one, you will be able to really put both of them, right? And of course, all of you are bright people, so you know. So near realistic. It can't be 100% realistic, near realistic. But can I keep on burning coaches? Can I keep on offering so many people to practice upon? आपको 2 बार करेगा तो आपका हाथ भी दुखेगा और उसका chest भी दुखेगा. It's not possible to do that. So how will you do that repeatedly? How will you train them? That is the jinx. And most important, how to do, what is the skill required, whether he achieved that skill or not. This assessment also has to be done. Previously, we used to have a large scale of 100 people will stand. The experts from NDRF will come and demonstrate and leave. Others may have picked up or not picked up, we don't know. But now we have a system where a person can practice himself and learn. And another thing is, when you practice, these are all danger ridden. So you must have seen, we first do it ourselves. We get down from the windows ourselves, we get into the water ourselves. That is because of the interest. But still, we can't rule out the danger for the trainee. Because who is doing this training, if he is supposed to use an equipment, that it can blast. It can cause harm to him. How will you prevent it? So for doing all this, these things are very helpful. He is the Director General RPF. He recently visited us and practiced himself. In fact, I am just coming from Delhi after finalizing a module where the entire RPF will have in future, every division will have very well trained 15 to 20 people in 1 year time, which is impossible for us to think of if we had followed only conventional methods. So, so how it looks like.
Welcome to Virtual Reality Fire Safety Training.
So there he is seeing which type of fire extinguisher to use. It is simultaneously checking whether he is picking up the right one, following the right steps. First he should act, break the glass, evacuate people. Passenger to leave, you should take into his behavior also. He'll get up leisurely, may not be jumping, moving quickly. He will not appreciate the urgency. It is once again in-house design. Rao Saab, you will be happy. Once again, our Indian Railways in-house effort to design it totally. But we have met somebody like you in the one of the conference I went, capacity building conference. Some youngsters I met, and I have taken this brought them to our place, motivated them to do it in shoestring budget we have, and they made first the VR. Then what you saw the Director General RPF is doing is the AR and MR. He went into the coach and he can do that. And we are, after that, we proceeded to the next level. So this is the next one is, CPR. How to do that, how often in our love to save, we harm the passenger because we don't know how to save. The net may be broken, you should see the minimum things. Our people will pull him with his leg, so he may become a paraplegic or he may die. These things are known. How will you make them learn? And here I just want to pause and say, generation change, type of the customer, type of the target group. With that, our technique should change. Why I have not shown our railway typical training here is because you will not be definitely able to receive it. So that's why I added some chocolate, something, and all those things. So like that, today with the digital revolution, the plus point is these things have become possible. The minus thing is your attention span has come down. Maybe in my generation time, going to library, searching for one book for half day and taking it out, noting down, writing, all these things were not uncommon. Today people don't have time, you want it very quickly. So even in that such short span, I should be able to learn what I want you people to develop upon. That's where these technologies will help. Before I close, I'll make a small appeal, but leave it for the end. Then Chairman Railway Board came to our place and he appreciated the efforts. And he said, can you make, it was looking like a very difficult challenge at that juncture. He said, can you make, he said, you have got the passive mannequins. Can you make it cry when you lifted it wrongly? Can you make it tell you are doing wrong? Initially, I was really flabbergasted. I don't know what to do. I said, sir, maybe difficult, but I will try. I went to Hyderabad. Somebody like, youngsters, Skillcraft, one company is there. So they are making medical software for this kind of AR, VR based learning, where, you can pull out, he has shown me the kidney, you can pull out everything and see. So I told him, can you customize it for us? They did it. And that's how we have achieved the second module. It is under development. For example, normally a site will be like this. The fellow's neck has to be quickly mobilized. Otherwise, he can die also. And our intention is good, but if we don't know the technique, we may not be successful. So people can do it repeatedly, gain confidence, become perfect, and then become our frontline soldiers. And 3 lakh of them are to be made ready. Just remember them. Now these things we want to deploy across the country in all training institutes. This is the gloves and all that.
Teleport towards the train compartment.
More realistic, huh? Lot of sounds, noise, crying, shouting. This is not very uncommon. You'll find really bizarre scenes. I was there at the Orissa
Check the
accident.
injured passenger, assess them carefully, and perform the necessary action based on the type of injury. Identify the injury. Is the passenger unconscious? Yes or no? If the passenger is unconscious, assume that it's neck injury. If passenger's neck position is not correct or not in good state, put the cervical collar around the neck, arrange the spine board, and keep monitoring and clear the path for extraction. Thank you for participating in this simulation. Your role have made real difference today. Together we saved life.
Next one. So now, sir, I can take another 2-3 minutes. 20 minutes मेरा budget time से थोड़ा exceed करता हूँ. The doyens of industry are here. VC sir is here. Startup is here. Brilliant students are here. Some of you are going to work with me. I know that I asked them to be here. Who are the guys nominated? Upadhyaya ji. Upadhyaya sab. Who are the people nominated for my institute? थोड़ा खड़ा हो जाए, देखने दीजिए थोड़ा. This time sir 6-7 मैंने बोला. Very nice. Welcome to work in my small team. Before you, some boys have done a good job. Akash and Ilasai and some of them, they were there with us. But this time I am with a specific focus to make you work. And our Rao Saab said that he will be ready to even take you on board in that startup also. So we have to work on this. But the next step, sir, what I feel is skill development in this. This is for crisis. For day-to-day working, if you make, you are AI related, no? So AI professor. So if AI, if it can evaluate somebody's the way of doing the job. In government, unfortunately, there is no punishment for not working. But there is no reward for really working very hard. So, but people should be made to learn at appropriate time. So for doing that, if you can prepare a module which will tell if the person has, first is learning with the help of this, I think learning with the help of this. The second thing is whether he is doing it correctly or not and evaluating, not only in virtual mode, in practical mode. So that if I proliferate it across the country, the only way railways will test a person's knowledge is, unfortunately for class 1 officers, there is no test. Once you get selected UPSC, sir, you will be left to rot. So, whatever is rust. But even the best of the outstanding people will become below ordinary if they are not trained and tested regularly. So, but we have trade tests, which will test the skill of the people at various stages, but don't have any equipment. This one purpose of coming here is to request this forum, if we can work on something which will tell whether you use the right spanner and rightly tightened it. In addition, an advanced version of the MR, mixed reality, whether we can do something. That kind of project. We'll make a humble beginning. Like last time we made very small beginning, we developed on that. So something like that, your students can help us, your faculty can help us. Thank you very much. Now I am ready for any questions from your side.
So maybe we have questions during the tea break. We are almost 50 minutes late. But on behalf of GSV, I want to tell Srinivasji, I have discussed with him, he has been more proactive and he has given several proposals on the joint training programs that we can do with GSV and Disaster Management Institute. And we shall take these activities forward. Last year, many of our students did internship there. This year, also many more are going. Internship is one thing, but we have to jointly develop technologies that can be of use to Indian Railways and to save human lives. So now we will break for tea. We have very top innovative person joining us just now, Professor Satya Chakravarti. Today he is the most talked about innovator in whole of India, having invented Hyperloop, having invented the E-plane company that enables vertical takeoff and landing for air ambulances. He's a professor at IIT Madras, but recently his company E-plane has secured an order of $1 billion, 8,800 crore, which is unparalleled in the history of IIT system. So not only great innovator, the most important aspect is last night he got up at maybe 1:30 in Chennai, took a flight from 4 o'clock at Chennai to reach Ahmedabad at maybe 6:20, then take a cab from there to reach here. And he has a flight back at around 4:30 to Hyderabad to reach back. So we have to understand that behind successful people is not only intelligence, knowledge, resources, but the drive that even if he is such a successful person today, he is taking such arduous travel on a Sunday to be able to be with us and to be able to share his knowledge. And that is something that makes great people greatest, right? So I want to ensure that he catches his flight in time, and therefore we will break for tea now. Maybe 15 minutes we reassemble. And Ojaswa Award immediately after his talk. And I'm also happy to say that the company he founded, Tutor Hyperloop, will today sign an MOU with Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, right, to drive the Hyperloop transformation in India. So we shall have Ojaswa Award around 120. Right? Please, all of you be there. Let's break for tea. Thank you so much.
Excuse me. Please be waited in your seats. Thank you, sir, for your captivating session. Now, I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate our esteemed guest, Sri VVS Srinivas, with a memento. Now it's a time to take a short tea break and refresh ourselves. Please enjoy the refreshment and take this time to interact and network. Enjoy your break.
Sir, to welcome our dynamic Professor Satya Chakravarti. It is our pleasure to welcome our luminary Air Vice Marshal Philip Thomas, a highly distinguished officer in the Indian Air Force. He is a highly experienced fighter pilot and has flown approximately 4,000 hours in various fighter aircrafts. He is a graduate of prestigious defense institutions and has held numerous leadership positions, successful operations in the Indian Air Force. He is a recipient of the prestigious Ati Vishishta Seva Medal in 2024 and Vayu Sena Medal in 2011. He is currently serving as the Assistant Chief of the Air Staff.
He brings with him a wealth of experience and knowledge gained from his illustrious career in the Indian Air Force. Please join me in welcoming Air Vice Marshal Philip Thomas, sir, with a big round of applause.
Namaskar. I didn't get a response. You've got a Fauji standing in front of you, so we are used to response. And the response has to be with, आप सबने वो movie देखा होगा, How is the Josh? There you are. Okay. Next. Okay. I am the odd man here among luminaries in the business of logistics and transportation. So my introduction probably made it very clear to you. I'm a professional fighter pilot, and the only other skilling which the Indian Air Force has given me, other than flying fighter aircraft, is human resources. I must begin by thanking Professor and Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, sir, for inviting me here to share my 37 years of experience. And Srinivas, sir, out of which 37 years, I'm going to get a pension. So I didn't bring wealth, but like many of my friends here in uniform, we defended the nation so that you could peacefully do your jobs, study, build this nation, do all the innovations that is out there. We do get in the armed forces many candidates from various universities, and I'm not sure whether the output from Gati Shakti is looking at armed forces. But if you are looking at armed forces, please do come to me. Because in the Indian Air Force, I also handle the selection boards. All the selection boards come under me. So that's another paradigm that probably I can bring to the table whenever I get an opportunity. I also have some cue cards because I'm not a trained speaker. So there are 10 pages, and I hope to stick to my time. So what I have learned is what I will impart. The knowledge of leading men and material worth thousands and thousands of crore, which are national assets. And like every other sector, okay, we are not Atmanirbhar in Fauj. Okay, we have to depend upon imports. We are slowly moving there. So we know how to utilize what we have in the best possible manner by incorporating most of the activities that I have understood in the last one day out here, interacting with the luminaries and people in the railways. So my talk will be centered among primarily with relation to what I know of HR. So I will start with our Honorable Raksha Mantri, since I'm from the Defense Forces. He mentioned something about logistics, and this is what I quote. India has become the 5th largest economy in the world today. It is fast moving towards becoming a $5 trillion economy. In future, whether in battlefield or civilian sector, the criticality of logistics sustenance, the operative word is sustenance, is going to increase. Self-reliance, the next operative word, is an important component in the field of logistics. So to achieve our dream, we have to be Atmanirbhar. There's no doubt about it. An Atmanirbhar in logistics supply system. This is the flow of my talk, so I shall, since it is HR, so I will keep coming back to HR. In between, we'll touch upon certain bullets and points which most of you are already aware of. I will skip through because this is your domain knowledge. I kept hearing yesterday the last point, that logistics cost as a percentage of GDP. This is worrisome. Okay, at this point in time, we are 14%, and it has been amply brought out yesterday why we need to bring it down to somewhere close to maybe 6%, 8%. So you all need to think about it. So here I would like to make a statement. Okay, my pupils and my followers in the Air Force, they are very familiar with the Takya Kalam that I'm going to do right now. I have more yesterdays than tomorrow. At my age, I have more yesterdays than tomorrow. मेरे उम्र पे मेरे पास बीते हुए कल ज़्यादा है आने वाले कल से. You have more tomorrows than yesterday. आपके पास आने वाला कल बीते हुए कल से ज़्यादा है. So yesterday also, one of the speakers mentioned this. You have to lead the country for the next 30, 35, 40 years. So I'll request all of you to take all the lessons that you learned from all the speakers out here and move ahead to make our nation great. I believe that even if you are able to take away and give back to the country and the society 1% of whatever you heard from all the people out here, our country will be great. So I'll come specific to the role of HR. HR is not only for transportation and logistics sector, but it holds good. So HR is crucial for success and sustainability. Again, the operative word sustainability. Why? Because no industry can survive without the main component, that is people. We heard a lot about how AI or robotics can probably transform. But I firmly believe every system needs to have redundancy, not one, but multiple redundancies. And the last redundancy is fallback on human beings. So that is where the criticality of HR comes in. HR is important to integrate with overall business strategies to ensure that the right manpower is available. HR is the one with its practices and systems in place ensures workforce productivity. You have data analytics, you have IT, information technology. All these are aids that provide the HR to come to data-driven decision making. I'm happy to, I feel proud to say that I was instrumental in introducing automation in HR 10 years ago when Prime Minister had brought in Digital India. So it was by default that my directorate got the award. We were already working on digitizing the entire HR of the Indian Air Force. So we started with something that is there in the government which is called the appraisal systems, APAR. Most of us who are from the railways know this. APAR is annual performance appraisal report. So it is done every 1 year. Every year it is raised. So we were digitizing this in the entire length and breadth of the country, starting from Kashmir in the top to Kanyakumari to Dwarka on the west to Vijayanagar in the east, and including Andaman Nicobar Islands and wherever the people were posted. We went to TCS. They asked us for 1 crore. We didn't have 1 crore. So then the Chief of Air Staff, he challenged us. He said, try and do it. We actually gathered young soldiers, young airmen who had interest in IT, and using the same Oracle backbone, we developed in-house full workflow, hardware, network, software, an app called Digitar 10 years ago. Today, as I say, the Digitar is completely in-house with the the source code available with us. So whatever changes that we need to do today is available with us. We don't have to go to the industry. We don't have to go to anyone. Okay, so that's one lesson that is important. In a way, we became Atmanirbhar within the Air Force. So similarly, since I'm involved with the other two services, I find both the Army and the Navy also way ahead in building in-house applications. Why I'm bringing this out is because it has helped us to do very good decision making, to put the right man in the right place. Otherwise, you're sitting with 12,000, 1 lakh, 6 lakh people where the Army is concerned, trying to put take one person from one corner of the country to another and put him in the right place. So it's very challenging. So that is where information technology comes in to to ensure data-driven decisions. Leadership development. HR is not just about ensuring that the manpower is available or it is paid well and taken care of. It's a continuous process. Leadership development is a continuous process, and none other than the armed forces is the best example how you do your leadership development. At every critical stage in the growth of a soldier or an air warrior or a sailor. When I say sailor, I include all, officer class and other than officer class. Leadership development is embedded into every process. Employee engagement, it's a continuous process, it's an everyday activity. You cannot fight a war without your followers. That is what we learn in armed forces. And if your followers leave you behind, you cannot win a war, you cannot win a battle. You cannot win any skirmish. So employee engagement, this again is the responsibility of HR. To ensure that the programs are in place in every industry, every system. Wherever you go, you may become a startup. You may have 2-3 people around you. Now it depends how you're doing your employee engagement or your peer group engagement. It need not always be employee engagement, it is a peer group engagement at times. Okay, we have moved on from basic 180-degree appraisals to 270-degree appraisal to 360-degree appraisals. Why 360-degree? Because if you are doing a project and the leader is not someone who understands human relations, he will spoil the entire project. The project will not move ahead. Okay, so these are the aspects that you all need to learn even if you're going into a startup. Final, most important, organizational culture. If you do not have organizational culture in place, if you do not understand the organizational culture, you will not deliver. And coming specifically to HR and supply chain management, resilience is a very important aspect. I'm sure most of you do know resilience. What is resilience? To explain, it is the ability to bounce back from setbacks or difficulties. It's a very important aspect. Many people here or luminaries who have spoken before me have mentioned that how they went through various challenges and setbacks before they reached their specific dreams and objectives. If they did not have resilience in their system, within them, they wouldn't have been able to move ahead. That is where an HR comes in. So we use the word not simple as HR, but we call it as a responsive HR. Remember these aspects. If you become entrepreneurs or you become leaders, you become officers somewhere and you got people below you, remember this aspect. Okay, you need to be a responsive leader. This is ensured by the bullets that are placed out here: workforce flexibility, ability to adapt to changes. I'm again coming to employee engagement and their development. Strategic talent management. Yesterday, one of the speakers had brought out that human resource is no longer just an HR. Okay, it is a bunch of talent. Okay, it is a capital that is there with you, along with the money or the material that you bring in. HR ensures adaptive organizational culture. I'm again coming to the same point about organizational culture. It brings in inclusivity. Okay, how does HR interact with the various stakeholders? So coming specifically to supply chain management, this is how I think are the stakeholders where transportation and logistics sector is concerned. You have employees. You will have employees everywhere. So what is important? Workplace safety, worker safety. Just now, the previous speaker brought about, previous two speakers rather, brought about how to bring in safety. Not only for the passengers, but also for the workforce. This happens once again from continuous training and development, whether it is physical training, okay, you have issues in providing physical training, you have virtual reality, you have augmented reality, you have mixed reality. Last but not the least, employee satisfaction. It's very important to keep your employees engaged, satisfied. Otherwise, you will have them leaving. Okay, the retention becomes a challenge. Retention of a trained manpower is a big challenge for HR today. Customers. Who are the customers? The customers are all of us when we travel. What do the customers want? Reliability, efficiency, and ethical standards. So these are certain aspects which you continuously need to keep in mind, even if you're not a person directly involved in HR activities. Management. You initially start off at the base level and you slowly climb up the ladder to become a middle level manager, senior manager, to heading establishments, heading wherever you go. So it's the responsibility of the manager or the management to ensure that the leaders are provided with the correct tools and the framework to be able to deliver. Innovation. Again, enough has been talked about out here about the importance of innovation, to keep thinking, to keep learning. That can be fostered in a routine day or a routine activity, 365 days, 24/7, by ideating. The word is ideating. Okay. It is the HR's responsibility to ensure that the organization, every individual in the organization, finds time to ideate. We hear this cliched words these days about work-life balance. I'm not going to go into 72 hours, 90 hours and all, but work-life balance is very important. If you do not have work-life balance, if you continuously keep working, you will not be able to ideate. If you cannot ideate, you cannot move ahead. Talent management, enhancing organizational ability to gain the competitive advantage, all these aspects are responsibilities of the management. Last but not the least, the stakeholder is regulatory bodies. We cannot shy away from the regulatory bodies. Why regulations are important? Because regulations ensure safe, fair, and sustainable business. Okay, SWOT is another aspect which we are very much familiar in the armed forces, and I always like to do SWOT analysis. So I'll go over a very quick SWOT analysis for the logistics and the transportation sector. What are the strengths you have? The strengths we have, we do lack in skilled manpower, but we do have skilled manpower with requisite certifications and training. However, okay, they are available. It is still a strength. They work in silos. Okay, within the silos, they are very efficient. They are very qualified. They are highly capable. There is, what is the strength? The scope is there, the wherewithal is there, the ability is there to enhance and integrate all these silos as a composite whole. For the weakness, it could be seen in the various talks and the presentations, the industry is a little fragmented. It's a little unorganized, especially the transport sector is unorganized. You look at your truck drivers, you'll realize how unorganized it is. And we have inadequate transport facilities. We are catching up. Okay, multimodal logistics parks, everything is coming up. But at this point in time, it is a weakness. What are the opportunities? Okay, this is there for all of you to be part of the journey. Okay, development of supportive infrastructure, GSV is training you for that. We have already responsive government initiatives, NLP is there. I don't have to touch upon NLP or multimodal initiatives which are coming in. Growing FDI. The world is interested in India. Now the growing FDI, whether it is automated or through government assisted schemes, they are contributing to us. These are the opportunities available to all of you. You must pay attention to this. What is the threat as an entrepreneur when you get in? High competition. And why I bring in the new tax regime is because GST is a little complex aspect and plugging into it for especially the small and medium enterprises and maybe for startups, may be a little challenging. So this is another aspect. I may request that during your curriculum out here, there should be instances where this kind of core competencies are also given to you in some form or the other, which you can take forward subsequently when you get into the business of whether joining a routine job or doing a startup or starting your own SMEs. So challenges in logistics sector, I shall quickly go through it. I don't have to cover too much of it. Okay, if you see the third column and compare to the last column, it's very evident then that in all the key indicators, we lag behind. The reason, Though I brought it out in strength, this is the issue. The key constraint is availability of skilled manpower. Once again, I'll come back to HR. Okay. There are 4 M's and 4 R's. 4 M's is standard, Henry Ford. Okay. You need men. If you start from, if you want to start something, you need the money. Okay. You need the machine, you need the material, but most important, the center is the man. Okay. I'm not being gender specific. It's just what Henry Ford brought in. So today we can say men and women. This is very important, and this example is from the armed forces. When we talk about HR in the armed forces, we deal with all of them. Incidentally, for those who are not aware, majority are not aware, in the armed forces, the HR is handled by the executive. We don't have a separate vertical or a division for HR. Human resource is handled by the executive. In the Indian Air Force, the flying branch. In the Army, the armed services. In the Navy, the surface Navy or the underwater Navy. They are the executives. They lead the HR because they know the strategic requirements of putting the right man at the right place so that we can fight the war in the correct way and win the wars. So it starts with recruitment. I brought out, okay, we have a very, very organized and systematic recruitment process. Our reach outs are such, you all know, okay, the NDA is very much sought after, the CDS exam is very much sought after. The Short Service Commission entries, though they do not guarantee a long-term job, they are highly sought after. We do not have to go to the hinterland, but the hinterland comes to us. So this is one aspect maybe I can also recommend, that when I look at Gati Shakti, I'm not sure, I'm sure VC and his team would have done the demographic study of where all are the students coming to Gati Shakti to join. I'm not sure whether from the northeast, from the south, the spread is the same.
22 states.
22 states. That's very good, 22 states. But I do still believe that we can go to all the 29 states, maybe. That is our capability in the armed forces. So we have our selection centers spread in such a manner, 13 in the, if I'm not wrong, in the Army, 5 in the Air Force, and in the Navy it is embedded, 3 of them with the Army. So we may be able to utilize our abilities or our competencies to attract talent. An example I'll give is our conversion rate of people who clear NDA or CDS or various selection exams to join the armed forces, conversion in the sense, the ones who pass the exam, reach the gates of SSB, and thereafter are selected to join, is a mere 2 to 3%. So you can imagine the huge number of people who are tested in knowledge other than their core competence, general subjects, about the country, about a lot of things. 97% of them go back. This 97%, I think GSV can maybe look at to tap to come here. Okay. So maybe for the graduation and also definitely for the post-graduation studies when we talk about inducting young population of the country directly after their graduation. So attracting talent, okay, is a challenge. Retaining, I already covered. I will not dwell upon it. In the armed forces, we have a system of recognition, reward, career progression, and remuneration. Pension is a big motivation for all of us to join. It was sort of maybe brought about that maybe 35 to 37 years in pension. Well, it does motivate many of us in the country. Retrain is an important aspect. Okay. Sir brought out that in the UPSC, you get selected. After that, there is no training. In the armed forces, if you do not train continuously and skill yourself, you are left behind. You are just left behind. And the retraining is very important. Upskilling models, okay, development models. Even the Agniveers, 4 years of engagement, there are minimum of 2 to 3 upskilling models to ensure that they are worthy when they are not retained. The 75% that are not retained. Retire is like equally important, okay, to secure and support. This is very important for all of us to understand, all of us, the senior lord out here. Okay, the last point that I bring out, okay, this is a challenge when I found that we were not able to convert, our conversions were not very good in the selection boards. I did the study on Gen Z. Okay, what is sitting in front of me, all of you are Gen Z. If the leaders and the managers and all of us do not understand the Gen Z, okay, we will not be able to take forward. Now I'm seeing a lot of smiles at the rear. Okay. So, but that's a fact. Am I right or wrong? Yeah. Okay. You all tell your parents, my son tells me you don't understand me, right? Okay. So, leads, I will not go much into it. I'm sure you all are aware of. Okay, but point is, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industries did this, and very interesting, so I just flashed it. They evaluated performance among all these 4 pillars and brought out this measure for transformation of the logistics sector. I'll not cover this because this is your domain, but I'll request you all to know this inside out. This is another aspect. The reason why I wanted to just flash leads and move ahead is because there is a lot of core competencies that's available within the military, wherein not only Gati Shakti but also the civilian sector should do handshake with. Coming specifically to the transportation, the logistics sector, we have trained logisticians to teach. Okay, ASC, that is Army Supply Corps, Army Ordnance Corps, you have the EME, we have within us the logisticians. The Navy has their logistics cadre, specific logistic branch. Okay, we have our various training establishments and institutes, our academies, where specific training is imparted. I'll go back to what Mr. Davinder Sandhu ji brought out yesterday. Very important aspect, that when you're making a train rake, if you have to carry the Vijayanta tank, if you do not know the dimensions of Vijayanta tank, you cannot make it. So that kind of handshake is important, and each one of us is actually responsible to defend the nation. That's what I would like to make you all aware. Practical exposure, which we brought out. You go to any of our establishment, almost every day you will find logistics activity happening, transportation logistics, from a very tactical level to an operational to a strategic level. You will find this happening. So these learnings can also be taken into account. Exposure to strategic aspects of supply chain management for national security, which I just brought out. Okay, we have our training capsules in our growing years. Okay, because if I have to bomb, I have to target a railway bridge in, let's say, Pakistan or China, I need to know how it is constructed. So only then I can calculate it's called a weapon to target matching. How much bomb should I deliver to destroy the target? So if you all are the people who should know equally well what are the kind of ammunition that is going to come, okay, so that when you're building various infrastructure, they are there to continue for a long time, be able to withstand the impact of any attack, at the same time provide redundancy to our assets to be able to do responsive or give a good response. Okay. You would have seen of late, very wide roads. Incidentally, I don't know how many of you know, many of those wide roads are actually runways that will be utilized during war. Okay, next time when you travel Agra to Delhi, please see this. There are markings on the straight highway length of 3 kilometers, which is actually runway markings. Okay, similarly, it's important why we have certain bridges. Many of you who would like to know this, I would request you all to interact with our experts from the Army. Okay. So you will very soon have skilled Agniveers also coming out in another 2 years, which will be there for the industry. Frederick the Great brought out many years ago an army marches on its stomach. Logistics is a specialized vertical in all 3 services I already covered. You have all the aspects that is required to be known in transportation and logistics that is there in the armed forces. I already brought out starting from ab initio training to the higher management. We already have MOUs with Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya and with the other services also. I will request that this is taken forward in a big way. This is from my side. Some of this has already been brought in. I firmly believe that it is important for each and every young citizen to know what is national character, and building national character is important. If we do not, we will still keep having brain drain. We will not understand why we need to stop the brain drain, why we need more of us to be here in the country, build this country. So there can be lessons in character building. NCC, I'm happy to see that NCC is soon going to come here. I am myself an NCC entry. I'm not an ex-NDA. I joined the Air Force after doing NCC certificate. I had cleared CAT. I am an MBA. I had a job with Tata Tea. But at the same time, my call letter came to join the Air Force. I joined the Air Force. Okay. So I am what I am because of NCC. Many of you will actually have a transformation in your personality once you join the NCC. During our time, Dr. Chaudhary will relate to it. It was mandatory to be either in NCC or NSS. Okay, today, what is NSS? I consider Swachh Bharat as an extension of NSS. NSS taught us to keep our surroundings clear. NCC taught us discipline, integrity, many aspects. Basics of human psychology and sociology, I think, is important for irrespective of what you're learning. Okay, what may be your domain, it's important. Group and contact sports, I was very happy to see yesterday medals being given. I've gone to many colleges and universities, but the contact sports and the group sports that is happening in GSV is actually very heartening. It's very important. That is how you learn to be together. The importance of Sainik schools and our academies is that we are not at all on social media. We learn to bond with each other. We learn to grow together. Healthcare, medical checkups, very important, because one aspect which I firmly have seen as an HR head of the Indian Air Force is the mental health issues among the Gen Z, among the young population. So it's very important that we have a regular engagement with psychologists, with counselors, okay, so that our young population can bring out their issues which they cannot to others. So if I'm seeing a little mental health issues in the armed forces, I can imagine, okay, how much it must be impacting in the other sectors also. Drone training is another aspect which I will request, because the last mile connectivity in the future is going to be drone based, okay, unmanned ones. Last point is, we again have this in the armed forces. Okay, we may think of having the chancellors and the vice chancellors reading list, which is totally away from your curriculum, which has got nothing to do with your curriculum. Maybe read on Shivaji the Great. Maybe read on Maharana Pratap. Maybe read on Rani Lakshmi Bai. You will understand our country better. You will understand our nation better. Do a book review on that. It tells you about your past. It builds your confidence. It helps you to grow beyond. Okay, it brings in critical thinking, which is important, and practical learning. There's already there industry to take on GSV students with competitive packages. That is important. If the competitive package is not there, okay, they will go somewhere else. And to select students, I already brought out, GSV may think of exploring and going into the hinterland. That capability lies with us. In conclusion, this is a statement which I firmly believe in. Nation first, India first, no corruption, no drugs, no fault lines. It is the fault lines which the enemy is looking at to destroy us, to break us. Swachh Bharat, I already brought out. If you can't clean your surroundings, you can't expect others to come and clean it for you. So nation first, people next. HR, people next. All that you require to learn is empathy and sympathy. Sympathy less, more empathy. Mission always. What is your mission? Stay focused. Arjun को क्या दिखता है? सुनाई नहीं दिया? मछली की आंख. ठीक है, अर्जुन को सिर्फ मछली की आंख दिखता है और वो सिर्फ मछली की आंख को देखना चाहिए. Okay. So nation first, people next, mission always, groups never. Never get into groups. Okay, ये मेरे state का है, ये मेरे जात का है, मेरे religion का है. So this is important. We learned this in the armed forces. Last but not the least, industry and armed forces must shake hands for Atmanirbhar Bharat, Shresh Bharat. With this I have finished. Thank you very much for being a good audience. Thank you.
Sir, your presence has left an indelible mark on our minds and hearts. Thank you for sharing your expertise and for being a shining example of leadership and professionalism. Now, I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to felicitate Air Vice Marshal Philip Thomas with a memento as a token of appreciation. Vice Marshal Philip Thomas, sir, will be presenting a memento to our Vice Chancellor, sir, as a token of appreciation. As we move forward, we are privileged to host Shri Salim Basha, Regional Product Manager and recognized Bogie's expert at Alstom Transport. With over 18 years' experience in the railway industry, he is a renowned expert in owning systems and detailed design. His contribution towards engineering development activities such as detailed design, finite element analysis, design reviews, drawing creation, supplier liaising, build and validation testing is truly inspiring. As a railroad enthusiast, he brings passion, innovation, and excellence to his work. Kindly join me in welcoming Shri Salim Basha with a thundering applause.
Thank you, team. You are able to hear me, right? Okay. Okay, so I am Salim Basha. I am from Alstom, and I am the product manager for the bogies. So let me just explain that when we say bogie, it is not the entire coach. So many of the students may not be aware that bogies have bogies. You know, when I say that, what I mean is that the coach that you travel in is called a coach in a technical parlance. But what comes underneath it is the bogie. So we have two bogies under each coach, and I am the product manager for the bogie, the one which you generally don't see, which is under the coach. So with that introduction, I'll just get started, and I'm going to talk about the predictive maintenance on the bogie. So imagine the bogie and predictive maintenance of that bogie. So keep that in mind as I speak. Okay, so I'll start with an overview, what is maintenance, blah, 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 and then we'll talk about predictive maintenance philosophy. We'll not go in details because it is not a classroom session for you. I don't want to bore you with any of the technical terms in details, but I'll talk about the philosophy that we apply for the predictive maintenance. And then we have some products to sell in that domain. So I'll talk about those products, what are the concepts that we apply in the products, and then how do they work. Examples, where are they applied, and the benefit that they bring, and then we'll conclude. Bogie maintenance. So as you can see here, you buy a train maybe for some amount and take a bogie, for example. You expect it to run for certain years, and typically you buy a product for it to expect to run for 20 years, and if you buy a bogie, say for a 1 crore, generally a bogie costs around 1 crore, you spend at least 50 lakhs of it in maintaining the bogie for 20 years of life or even beyond that. We try to refurbish the bogies and try to extend the life, so we can extend it up to 50 years, and you can see that you will spend up 50% of the cost of the bogie itself in maintaining that. So it's very important that we maintain it right and maintain it at the right interval. And this is the standard or typical maintenance that we have. One quick question. Any idea which is the most cost draining part of a bogie? It's there in the picture here, if you can identify. Exactly. The wheel is the most cost draining maintenance part of a bogie, and we need to ensure that it does not degrade over the time. And the next item is the bearing. You can identify that, and also you can see the rubber springs there. Generally there could be a coil spring or a rubber spring, and the bearing. And dampers are not seen here. So these are the key components. Keep this in mind as I speak, because you have to imagine many things as I speak. So these are the components that we're going to maintain in a bogie. We'll talk about the basics of maintenance, then we'll go to predictive maintenance. And then the maintenance, as of today it stands, is based on mileage or time. I make a bogie which is going to run for say 1.2 million kilometers. It needs a complete overhaul after that. Is it good? Good for us, because it defines our scope of work or when I need to act on the bogie. But the problem is that not every component has the same life. Some components have much longer life, some components have smaller life, and you end up dismantling the bogie to take out the component which you have to replace and then put back the new component. So it's not going to work for us. So that is one issue that we have in standard maintenance regime that we have. And then even if you have a standard maintenance life, a standard life of the component, it has a statistical variation. Sometimes it will be narrow, sometimes it could be wide. The problem is when it is wide, you cannot predict when I have to change. Say for example bearing. If you have a bearing which is fails somewhere between 3 years to 10 years, it is not going to help you in any ways because you don't know when to change the bearing. So here is where predictive maintenance comes into picture. And then I'm going to talk about predictive maintenance, but it is structured in this, as per this triangle or a pyramid that you see. So first, you have the standard maintenance that you do. Okay, the train comes into the yard, you inspect all the components, you find out what is broken, you change it, and then your job is done. So this is the standard maintenance that you do. But what if you add some sensors onto the equipment itself? You're continuously monitoring, say, a bogie or a wheel or a damper with some instrumentation, continuous instrumentation, and then it is going to tell you that I'm going to fail in certain period of time. It's going to degrade over the time, and it's going to tell you that it's time to replace me. It is not as per a fixed schedule, but based on the damage that the component has undergone. So that is CBM, or condition-based monitoring. So you have the standard maintenance regime, you add some sensors, you reach to a regime called condition-based monitoring, wherein you continuously monitor by putting some sensors, and which will give you the early warning signs of failures, and you just replace it over the time. And here is what you save time and money, because you need to only dismantle when it is about to fail, not to inspect whether it is failing or not. So now you take this to the next level. Next level is like you add prognosis. Prognosis is something like artificial intelligence or machine learning. So you collect lot of data as part of CBM. You try to digest that data, what it is telling me, what information it is giving to me. So let me just write it down, note it down, and try to predict, what type of maintenance regimes I need to really plan so that I can even reduce my downtime. So that is what is predictive maintenance. So mathematically, you have the CBM database, you collect lot of data, then you add prognosis, and that comes predictive maintenance. And here is where you can even forecast the failures. It is not that you're going to know that something is going to fail, but even you can forecast that maybe after 3 months I need to change this bearing or something like that. So that is what is predictive maintenance. So I hope we are clear about this subject, at least mathematically or hierarchically how it behaves. So some benefits of this predictive maintenance: effective monitoring of the fleet. So you are generating the data, you are continuously monitoring the equipment and trying to make your own database to tell how each and every component behaves over the time. And then predictability, you can plan your maintenance activities accordingly, reduce the downtime and high vehicle availability. So these are all the standard benefits that you get. And the database generation, because of this new AI and ML, this is an input to the AI and ML. So you put the machine learning on top of it and you get your predictive maintenance regime. So you guys are with me on this still? Okay. So now coming to the commercial part of it, what is that Alstom does in this regime? So condition-based monitoring is the foundation for predictive maintenance, and I'm going to focus more on this because predictive maintenance is more theory, more computers and more data analytics. So it is up to your imagination. So I'll not talk about that, but I'll talk about the bogies and how do we implement that? How do you implement the foundation of predictive maintenance onto the bogies? So monitoring system. So this is what you have to continuously monitor, and there could be 2 different systems, on board or wayside, and even you can have permanent or temporary. So you can take an equipment, put it permanently on the bogie, monitor it continuously, that is permanent. Temporary, you just do it at one point of time, or you can do it on wayside, again permanent and temporary. So we will look at each example that we have in Alstom and the philosophy on which it works. So I'll start with the first one, which is the onboard permanent CBMs. So here is where you have your sensors mounted on the bogie, which is continuously monitoring some signals which are coming out of the bogie. You can try to recognize some accelerometers which are mounted on the bogie. On the bogie frame, if you mount the accelerometers, you are going to find out how the wheel profile is coming out and how quickly is the wheel profile degrading over the time. You put your lateral accelerometers on your bogie frame. Vertical accelerometers you can also put on the bogie frame, which is going to tell you how quickly is your vertical suspension degrading over the time. So when you have it, when you have a new bogie, it is going to give you some signals, but over the time, the suspension elements degrade and they give a different sort of signal. So you study both the signals, which will tell you how the equipment is degrading over the time. And then you can put the same sensors on the car body. So you are putting on the car body, which means that your secondary suspension is something that you are trying to evaluate how it degrades over the time. So this is a philosophy that you put a sensor all across the train, all across the bogie to find out how it is behaving. I'll take one example here of the bearing, which is probably the second most failed components or the maintainable components that we have. You can try to recognize the curve. Generally, over the time, the bearing degrades. And then it's going to work for good for some amount of time, and the degradation happens at some point of the time as shown in that curve. So here is where you need to become aware that I'm going to fail, and you need to identify what type of sensors or what type of physics I need to make use of to know the condition of my bearing. And bearing does not fail just like that. It gives you a lot of indications that I'm going to fail, please look at me. And that is, first, before it fails, it gives you some vibration signals. Maybe nine months before the bearing failure, you can put an accelerometer on the bearing and try to manage. And if the acceleration signals are deviating from their normal waveforms, that means that something is wrong. So the first indication that the bearing gives is your acceleration differences. It gives a different type of signal. And then over the time, if you don't really take any action, it goes on and starts giving you some noise. So this is another physical phenomena that you can try to exploit to find out whether the bearing is failing or not. And then finally, maybe just before the imminent failure, it heats up. The bearing has completely got jammed. And this is the third physical phenomena that you can always try to pick up and say that my bearing is going to fail almost immediately now. So this is the physics that we use here, and we have used this on Italy, Zafiro high-speed trains, wherein we put all the sensors that you saw in the previous slides, continuously measure it over the time, and you can try to recognize the top right picture shows you the bearing condition over the time for different train sets. So it gives you a visual indication of how my bearings are behaving in my entire fleet. How much bearing failures I can expect, what prediction I have to do, what I can predict about the next bearing failure that can happen. And you can also recognize the bottom graph shows you the visual failure pictures as it happens over the time. So this is one example that we have. Another example is, this is taking it to the next level, like we'll not have it on board always because I'm going to increase my train weight and complexity of the train. Why can't we just do it when the train has come for some maintenance? I can try to put some accelerometers on my axle boxes and just rotate it by hand. And this is a real product I'm talking about. It's not an idea. It's used in Europe. So we have the wheel sets which are dismounted. You keep it on a stand which is shown like that and try to rotate the wheel by hand and try to measure our accelerations that you see. So even this is possible to tell you the health of that bearing. Another concept that I'm talking about. And you can see the one data that is there, you can see at least out of say 50 columns, there are about 10 columns which are telling that my bearings have crossed my threshold by just doing this exercise. And this needs a lot of data analytics. It's not that you will get to know by sitting or by reading some books. It is something that you will develop on your own by doing a lot of research or a lot of study on this subject. So the earlier slide was one wired example. Now we are taking it to the next level, just making it simpler and much more easier. Like, why don't we do it like using wireless sensors? So we have the accelerometers, just put it under a revolving object. So here the train has come to a workshop, and we just put a wireless accelerometer under the motor and try to rotate it on a wheel lathe maybe. When the wheel is getting reprofiled, at the same instant you can probably put your accelerometer on the motor, on the gearbox, on the bearing, and try to see what type of noise it is generating, what type of signals it is giving about the health. So even this is possible, and we do it in Alstom, and this is used in Germany. I cannot go in more detail, but this is what I can easily explain at this point of time. It can be extended to journal bearings because the only limitation is the access, because you have very less access at the axle box, so you'll not be able to, at this point of time, we are not able to do that. So this is taking the same prognosis to the next level. Now wayside, as I told about, we have onboard, we have wayside. So let's talk about the wayside ideas or the condition-based monitoring that we have. Very simple. You go to the wayside, keep your acoustic or your mics at the right locations, and try to focus it at the axle box or at the gearbox or at the motor, the point of your interest. You do this, and this is called beamforming, nothing new, you can Google it yourself. It is just ensuring that your signal point of your interest. So you do this, my train is running by and it is telling you which bearing is faulty. So this is a real life example that I am talking about. Again, it's your imagination, you can just do giving back the solution. Next level, but we have our smartphones with us. They are also measure anything and everything, whatever you can measure with your smartphone. So why don't we use that in the condition monitoring? So this is the next level. Again, as you can see, we use our normal, simple, basic smartphone onto a rolling stock. We go into a rolling stock and out, and then see and compare it from what we are expecting it to be. And one example, again, this is for our bearing replacement. Basically, the problem was, so we use this technology of put that the bearing is wrong, but even the wheel flats were very clear. Even that's the bonus that we got when we tried to solve that problem. This is, instead of a smartphone, this is something called a noise box, or as simple as that. You just have your micro continuously recording the sound. You put it at the right location, share the journal bearings, gearbox, any bearings, the wheel is possible, and this is something that we are developing over here. And the idea was to give an idea to find out how we can, set to be changed. It is not going to release. As a student, aware of the signals that you are taking as random noise. That is will make or break. It is not going to be equipment put on and then find out. Again, some estimate, we need to do which is running beyond, because I can't predict something fails. Law in some countries does offers a lot of special interested in this. We have a question. Yes. Right. Fit all. How are you going to read it? And give the same set of bells. So, and then it changes over the time. You have to develop it yourself. It is, yes. System which can detect failure. False alarm, okay, over the time. Gauge, first attempt, so then over my false alarms. Certainly have false alarms forever. Very high speed. Your wheel profile has equivalent conicity. It is going to vibrate. Meter on the bogie is the right word, sorry. Telling that the wheel have, but it's a train.
Now I read with a memento. Alive. Following the saying, we are our honorable.
To introduce professor at ITO, shaping the future startups of the scientific innovation of what is possible. But as judge today, he is the most for maybe at 1 o'clock, Vadodara to be to Chennai. That how do by sharing his for just to give a warm welcome to technology and.
I'm make it as prolong the presentation, which is close to my heart. You people are enjoying for me to be here, right? It's per in a nutshell. Salim Hyperloop, what's the way forward? You have an AV as far as well. 2 meter diameter. Right. This has actually been a consortium approach. We have had the railways support this significantly, as well as a lot of in-kind support from ArcelorMittal, Larsen & Toubro, TI, ANSYS, the Dassault System, Aditya Birla, Tata Steel, and so on. I'm not trying to actually look at like a sponsorship kind of list here. I think it's a conscientious effort for us in nation building, in trying to actually have a consortium approach
We clearly understand that from an academic institution, we can probably develop a technology, but in order to be able to implement it at an engineering precision level, we need a lot of people to work with it, with us. And we are so thankful that so many of them are actually coming together for doing this. We've actually tested the vacuum levels for this entire tube so far, and testing of the pod in the tube is actually in progress. We will show some of those things there. I think that's a video. There are a couple of videos that are there. Probably the right one, I'm not sure if it's working. Yeah, okay, there it is. So the left-hand side actually shows the levitation of the pod, static levitation. We are actually trying to spot some problems with respect to the track vibration there. We can see that the wheels can actually turn as they are levitating. And of course, on the right-hand side, we actually have the pod running. We have these nice LED lights that actually make it look very nice. It's important for us to actually have those lights as well as cameras inside, so that when we actually run it in vacuum, we will be able to track the pod where it is going. And so it's not really meant for looking beautiful, but it turned out to be nice. We're very glad to actually share with you that just last week, maybe just about a couple of hours, little later to right now, we had the Honorable Minister of Railways actually visit us and be with us, the entire crowd. What I'm actually making is exactly what we actually showed the Railway Minister, as well as what is the most latest that we have. We want to actually try to sort of slice and dice Hyperloop technologies. First of all, the way we approach this is it's actually very modular. We can first talk about what can actually go on a track. The second thing that we can talk about is, okay, what happens when it levitates? And third, we can talk about, okay, what if you actually levitate over a track in a vacuum tube? So there are 3 levels at which we can go about this. Just with a linear propulsion. So when we say linear propulsion, we are essentially talking about an electromagnetic kind of propulsion. It could be a linear induction motor-based propulsion, or it could be a linear synchronous motor-based propulsion, and so on. But fundamentally, we're actually talking about some kind of an electromagnetic means of propulsion, which is contactless, first of all. But you'll actually have a third rail, which is a passive rail, in which this would happen. And that would actually suffice for about 0 to 200 km per hour, in our view. If you want to actually go faster than that, you need to actually eliminate wheel friction, in which case you want to get into magnetic levitation. But when you're now reaching, so the moment you actually remove your wheel friction, you get greedy for speed. So the greed for speed is actually a problem that we have to overcome. So for example, if I were to actually do a 300 km per hour, right, I might actually do a maglev and still not have too much of an energy guzzling that actually happens today with maglev around the world when they're trying to go much faster. So the way I believe is this, India is actually now becoming like a developed country, whereas the other people who actually have developed in the past have now become overdeveloped. That means they have a problem. They can't actually appreciate a technology that will go at 200 kilometers per hour, whereas we can. For us, going at 200 kilometers per hour is actually something great. So is there a way by which I can invest in a new technology that will take me to that speed? Yes, we would actually give it a thumbs up. Whereas somebody in Europe or somewhere else would say, 200? That means that they are not going to invest in any new technology anymore. That's a problem, right? So if you are actually overdeveloped, you actually don't have appetite and for innovation, and your cost of innovation also becomes higher. And this is a sweet spot in which we are living today in this particular decade of this nation's development. And the linear propulsion actually exemplifies that for us. But when we go past 400 km per hour, these are not hard numbers, they're like rough numbers. It becomes important for us to actually put this whole thing in vacuum. Otherwise, the idea of actually going very fast with maglev will actually now say, hey, you got rid of the wheel friction, all right, but what about the air friction? That becomes very significant, and we need to actually start working on it. That's where you will actually want to go past about 600 km per hour. For passenger transport, if you have to actually use maglev, it makes more sense for us to actually go past 600 km per hour to compete with flights and actually offer a Hyperloop technology, which essentially is a flight-like speeds with train-like fares. That's essentially what you will get with it. So what we have done, so I think in the next several slides, I'll actually just quickly walk you through what all has been going on under the chassis, as they say. So we have been actually developing at Avishkar, the student team, the first generation pod and the second generation pod. And then we now have Tutor Hyperloop, which is the commercialization arm of the student team's efforts. So we are actually able to kind of progressively push the max speeds up to about 150 km per hour now. And of course, we will continue to push the envelope to get to a 200 km per hour mark on the linear propulsion. That's our goal. The tube that we have will actually probably lend itself to about 200 to 250 km per hour peak speeds before we actually have to brake and stop within a safety distance. So that's what we are doing here. So this basically shows the power electronics and the controls technology development over here. And of course, with the power electronics coming in, we can't actually avoid a electrical circuit. But one of the things that actually I don't understand from when I was actually a kid going through college to now is all these electronic circuits have actually become block diagrams. They don't actually show you any resistors and transistors anymore, right? So just let's look at the levitation. What we are trying to do is actually an electrostatic levitation at the moment, which means that it can actually levitate where it's standing. Perhaps a more economical one would be like an electrodynamic levitation. These are options that we will actually keep on trying. That picture actually with the gloves that is shaking is to show that the track is vibrating, and that's what we need to fix with some dampers so that we can run the tube levitating in the track. So run the pod levitating in the tube. So the left-hand side actually is, I think, a repeat of what we showed in the beginning as one of the achievements that we have done, which is to levitate and run the pod on the track inside the tube. But I think since we have these vibrations that we are actually facing right now on the track, we are essentially working on damping those vibrations so that we will be able to run levitation. So our goal is in the next 2 to 3 months, we should actually get to a levitating pod run in a vacuum tube, right? That would actually be the full stack of Hyperloop technologies demonstrated over a fairly long run, which we believe we can actually get there by about June. Let us say that's what our aim is. So let's look at what actually has been the pod's effort itself. So the linear propulsion, the magnetic levitation. There is one more thing that we are actually having to tackle, which is the electronics that we have is not really vacuum compatible. So if you have to actually do vacuum compatible, we need to have space grade electronics or mill grade electronics and so on that kind of shoots the cost of the whole thing. And what we thought was, since we actually have E-Plane, which is developing a carbon fiber aircraft completely, so we came up with a carbon fiber jacket in order to envelope the electronics inside. So that's what we are working on. We will talk about that a little bit more as we go along. So to say, is a 1500 kg payload. We have actually gone through about two or three different chassis to get to where we are today. The last one that we have is actually a low floor chassis that we did. Originally, we started with a Ashok Leyland DOS chassis to just quickly get up to speed with the fundamentals, but now we are actually doing something that's more adapted. The other thing that we've also actually been focusing on is the aerodynamics of the pod, where we try to do safety simulations and take inspiration from birds. This is actually a falcon in Sanskrit. This is Garuda. So we actually have named our pod Garuda Vahan. And it's of course also a carbon fiber body. And you can see that there has been an optimization on the aerodynamics to decrease the wake and decrease the drag as well. So other subsystems like wheels, the wheels are actually in steady state operation of Hyperloop. The wheels will actually kind of become like a redundancy in case this thing levitation fails, or when you want to dock to a station, we will want to actually come down onto the track. So we need to have the wheels all the time. It's kind of like, I think, what you were saying, that even if you do AI, you need to have the human backup, right? So it's sort of like that. So always, wheel is the first invention of man. Let's not get rid of it. Brakes is something that we have to actually worry about only for the wheels, but we actually have a contactless braking as such for us to be able to come back, because at those speeds we can't actually have contact brakings, but for the wheels we do actually have contact brakings. And we have these guides that we are actually right now adopting, which are spring-loaded, that will manage the vehicle dynamics within the track and avoid the lateral oscillations. But going forward, we are actually going to be adopting lateral levitation as well. And the lateral levitation is actually going to make sure that the vehicle dynamics will stay clear along the track, as well as whenever you want to actually do a branching, right, to the next track. So let's say, for example, you are going from here to Mumbai, and then the people who want to actually get off in Surat, the pod doesn't stop, right? The Mumbai pod keeps going, but there is a lane branching that actually goes away for those people who want to go to a station that is somewhere there. So we don't really, so all pods will always be direct, right? You'll never really have, so every pod will be non-stop, right? So for which we need to be able to do lane branching, and lane branching will actually be affected by lateral levitation. Right, so there's a three-dimensional levitation. We have demonstrated three-dimensional levitation in the lab, but we have not yet implemented it in the pod. So that's actually the progress that we are making over time. This is the vacuum tube that I was talking about. It's kind of like a ingenious fix, if you will, for a problem that we did not know how to solve, other than to actually go to space grade or mill grade standards. So we actually have these feed-throughs on a carbon fiber tube. So when we first designed this with stainless steel, the 1500 kg pod would now actually become overweight by another 400 kgs. But with carbon fiber, we were able to bring down that to 40 kgs. So there's a significant weight reduction that we have been able to achieve. What we're also doing is we have just a small test tube of about 8 meters length, in which we can test the vacuum compatibility and so on. So yeah, this is, I think I'll just continue to skip this. Yeah, just want to talk a couple of slides about digital twin. Our goal is to essentially start doing simulations and a digital twinning of the entire Hyperloop operations, so that ultimately what matters is, if I were to actually go up to 600 km per hour or even faster, I have to make sure I have enough safety record. The safety record can actually be originally started to be built from digital twins rather than the actual system itself. And what you really require is literally like about 1 billion runs to be made to be able to show that the safety that you can ensure for the passenger is like having a 1 in a billion chance of failure. And if you're able to have a robust digital twin, we can do a lot of these simulations on digital twin that we can trust, and then we can actually go through those billion runs without even running the actual track or even building the track to begin with. So there are multiple physical models and the simulation models that we have to develop towards getting the digital twin for every subsystem. So whether it is batteries, whether it is the limb or any of these things, every subsystem actually has simulations that go along with it. It could be partial differential equations that are getting solved, or it could be lower order models, it could be low fidelity models, real-time models, those kinds of things. So multiple different levels of modeling could be done in order to get a real-time simulation of what's going on. This is, I think, I'm hoping that the left-hand side, we always have this problem. The left-hand side is actually a video, and that pod there is actually stationary to simulate the loading of cargo. Okay, and yeah, now it is starting to move. So you always have this problem that is the video working or not? And there it is. What we're trying to do is to actually simulate a cargo operation from the Chennai port to a mother of oil inland terminal. As the pod is running on the right-hand side, you actually have a bunch of parameters that are getting tracked, all through doing the simulations that go on to the pod with every subsystem happening simultaneously. and so on. So this is something that has been enabled by having ANSYS and Dassault Systems as our partners who allowed us to work with their software to get to this point of fidelity, but it's still a work in progress. There are lots of use cases for these things. We believe that we can actually do this not only for Hyperloop as such, but also to existing trains, existing rolling stock, and so on. Multiple such options exist. So we could actually foresee any potential accidents that might happen ahead of time and avoid them and so on. So I think this is something I can skip. We are actually working with the railways to do this. And we also actually want to have a digital twinning of the interior of the pod so that we will actually get an idea of what will be the passenger experience inside, the passenger comfort levels, and so on. And there are a bunch of things to monitor inside the pod as well in terms of carbon dioxide scrubbing, oxygen levels, if you have to have oxygen masks come down like in aircraft and all those things. So what you have to understand is that in an aircraft, you actually have a cabin that's at a close to an atmospheric pressure. It's still not atmospheric, sea level atmospheric pressure. And the outside is actually a little bit of a subatmospheric pressure that you cannot withstand. But here, the environment is harsher. The outside pressure is about 100 times less when compared to the pressure that we would like to have inside. And that's something that we're going to be very, very careful, because the pod could actually be an aircraft shell, all right, but it has to be a lot more leak proof when compared to a typical aircraft. That's something that we have to worry about. I think I'll try to see if we can skip these some of these slides. Yeah. I think I'll just quickly talk about the Avishkar Hyperloop work. This is actually supposed to give you an inspiration on what students can do year on year. So this is a team that actually started in 2017. And the interesting thing about this is they have their own leadership, right? So it's kind of like a self-managing team. I'm the only oldest member of this. I think the minister has actually said that he is the 72nd member of the team when he came back in 2022, and then he reinforced that again this time when he came. And then I think the minister is a bit older than me, so by age he's older, but actually with the association, the team, I'm the oldest. Every other member actually comes and goes because they're students. But the way they actually organize themselves is every student typically actually spends about 2 years through their college time. And in the second year, there'll be a bunch of people who actually become leaders and choose the next set of students and then go on. My job as an advisor is to make sure that they are not repeating or slipping back on what previous students did, and they always are actually advancing ahead, and we set goals for the next students and so on. And you'll see some of that in what we do. For example, we have now started actually thinking about not just the pod chassis, like the Bogie that we were hearing about, but also the coach, right? So how do you do actually the life support systems and so on? Efficient propulsion systems is always a holy grail. We keep doing this. Cooling in vacuum is actually a big pain for the batteries. So we actually look at phase change cooling instead of immersion cooling that we did last year. Lots of such things, right? So we do custom built inverters and so on. How do you do air locks between sections of tubes so that we can do maintenance? If you have a problem with the tube, you actually lock the rest of the tubes and then do this maintenance. Working on a concrete tube as opposed to a steel tube, which actually reduces the cost by about 81%. Docking, like how you do in space. You have the pod come and dock to the station and so on. Again, about the cabin interiors design as well, to start thinking about what exactly will humans do and so on. This is something, it's going to be like about a 3 to 4 year project at least, where initially we get this layouts done this year, but ultimately we have to go to like a skid mounted pod where you have spring loaded skids where we can actually take the kind of accelerations that are required, like how lifts operate in very high rise buildings, right? So all of those things will come in. Just a little bit of accolades. We participated in the Global Hyperloop competition that was held at IIT Madras last month, and the students are now getting ready to go to the European Hyperloop Week. So now they have 2 competitions to participate in, and that's an additional burden that they have actually invited upon themselves. But I think there is an Atmanirbhar competition that we are doing now, right? So we want to do the competition better than the Europeans. And again, there is this consortium approach that I was talking about. Tutor is trying to foster On the left-hand side are actually academic institutions, and what I'm expecting at the end of this this talk is that we will actually have the Gati Shakti logo also show up on the left-hand side. So with that, I think I'll just quickly, just about spend 2 minutes switching gears to E-plane, and the reason for that is, in fact, I had cut down these slides, but I think talking to the Vice Chancellor, it looked like it made sense. So we are developing a 3-seater to begin with right now, which is a passenger, a pilot plus 2 passengers, which is equivalent to having a pilot plus a 200 kg of cargo to also be taken. Or more importantly, actually, an air ambulance version, which is a pilot plus a patient plus a paramedic. This is an eVTOL. It can take off like a drone and fly like a plane. It's actually the world's most compact wingspan aggressively with an IP that goes with it. I think I'll probably mention that in the next slide. So this is the air ambulance version like an artistic rendition on how it's going to shape up in the future. We wanted to actually present to the Railway Minister that this has an opportunity to be utilized in the railways for things like disaster response, rapid medical evacuation, air ambulance, remote area maintenance, crew transportation, and delivery of critical spares and tools. That was the purpose with which we wanted to actually add this a little bit. One of the things that we're just beginning to brag about is the safety standards that we want to pack into this. Don't want to get into the details, but to the extent we can see around the world, there are people who are developing this, but they are deafeningly silent about their safety record. And that's something that we want to actually build on and say that we have about 5 levels of redundancies that we are building into this aircraft so that we will never have a catastrophic failure, at least in a billion chances, right? So that's the idea that with which we are going towards it. We are marching, making progress on the regulatory side, which is actually a super important thing. Every now and then you will actually hear in newspapers that somebody is making a eVTOL, somebody can actually carry human beings in the air and all that stuff. But the question that you have to ask is, are they regulatorily compliant, right? Are they actually following the norms, right? Aviation is all about regulations. If you want to sneeze, there are regulations for it, and so on, right? So you have to be extremely clear about this. So we are the only private company in the country to have got a design organization approval in the first place to design aircraft up to a 19-seater. And going forward, we are actually into the certification loop for the aircraft itself, and we are following the VCA standards set by the DGCA, which is patterned after the EASA and FAA standards. Just want to give you like a collage of the other thing that we're doing. We can make small eVTOLs that actually sit on tabletop. So the right-hand side top, you actually see a small drone, which is a winged drone, if you will. It can take off like a drone, but fly like a plane again. Over fairly long distances. That drone actually can fly at about 70 kilometers in one single shot. And we want to actually use this for inspecting a lot of railway equipment, starting with the overhead equipment in the first place, but progressively going to inspecting the tracks as well as the signaling equipment and so on. So it's actually based on deep learning algorithms where we put cameras that have visible spectrum images as well as IR images to look for any heat signatures and all that stuff, right? So this is actually the set of things that we are supposed to do right now. And we have this camera that has both the RGB sensor as well as the thermal sensor that is fitted to the drone. And we actually went through talking to a lot of railway officials to figure out what are all the things that can actually go wrong and that needs to be inspected in a railway equipment. You see that little post over there? There are at least about more than half a dozen things that we have to actually monitor on a continuous basis. So we started actually flying drones around in Egmore, which is in Chennai. Thanks to the Southern Railways for supporting us on this. And we start actually taking pictures of all of these things and then start looking for, defects with these, right? For the right top corner actually has that broken porcelain bracket, for example. I think there was one thing where they had bird nests, maybe one of those things. We also actually want to check on the number plates, right? So, and that can be done on the fly. As you're flying, you can actually check if there is any defects in the number plates and so on. Look at these kinds of defects that we have. So these defective pictures are now being analyzed for training an AI model so that on the fly we will actually be able to tell these defects and so on. Yeah, those are pictures of the drone that is flying. I think videos there as well. Yeah, that's a bird nest picture that we got. So we can actually tell these from, so due to the electricity that's passing, we can also actually get hotspots, and those defects in hotspots will tell us defects in the structure itself and so on. This is the last slide. We are actually now moving on to looking at tracks and signals, where we will now have a lot more images to be actually analyzed on the fly for looking at cracks in tracks as well as on the signaling equipment and stuff. Just to leave with you our acknowledgement of all the sponsors, particularly for the Avishkar Hyperloop. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, sir, for an enlightening session on Hyperloop technology. Your insights have sparked great curiosity about the future of high-speed travel. We truly appreciate your time and expertise. Let's give him a big round of applause. Now I would like to invite Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and Professor Satya Chakravarti to come on the dais for MOU signing between Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya and Tutor Hyperloop Private Limited. Let's give a thundering applause. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to present a memento as a token of gratitude to Professor Satya Chakravarti. Now, I would like to call upon Sports Committee Representative Anushka Roy for Ojasya Medal Distribution Ceremony.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to welcome you all to the grand culmination of our Ojasya, a celebration of skill, teamwork, and perseverance. Over the past month, we have witnessed remarkable displays of dedication and sportsmanship, making this event truly memorable. I now invite Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and the dignitaries to felicitate the winners on the dais. इतना ही Starting with football, the runners-up are Shatabdi Stallions. A round of applause for Supam Mondal, Vinay Chaurasya, Vivek Kumar, Aditya Narayan, Gaurav Panda, Shivanand, Vaibhav Sharma, Sayantan Mandal, Shri Krishna Chandra, and Ved Vyas. And the champions in football are Tejas Tigers, with the team comprising Satyam Patel, Anand Jain, Pranav Chaudhary, Piyush, Ravi Pratap, Shrijan Aditya Singh, Muhammad Mustafa, Sanipala Hemraj, Ashutosh, and Abhinav Krishnan. Moving on to handball, securing the runner-up position, we have Shatabdi Stallions, with the team comprising Vivek Kumar, Shri Krishna Chandra, Kundan Kumar, Supam Mondal, Gaurav Panda, Nitin Bagaria, Siddhartha, Rohit Kumar, Shivanand, and Swayam Swaroop Giri. And the champions of handball are Tejas Tigers, with the team comprising Bhumit, Abhiram Krishnan, Ashutosh, Raghu, Ishan, Pranav Chaudhary, Piyush, Hemraj, Pratyush, and Muhammad Mustafa. Moving forward, let's turn our attention to volleyball, where Rajdhani Eagles have secured the runner-up position, with the team comprising Shivam, Vikas Yadav, Manikant, Praveen, Chakradhar, Rahul Panwar, Tushar Singh, Kunal Advani, Rohit Kumar, Prateek Prasoon, Yogesh, and Mani Singh. And the champions of volleyball are none other than Duranto Bulls, with the team comprising Aman Sharma, Harshit Daksh, Ayush Kumar Singh, Kota Mahesh, LK Mukesh, Komal Rao, Vaibhav Pathak, Devanshu Sharma, and Rahul Kumar. Last but not the least, we have throwball, where the runners-up are Duranto Bulls. Congratulations to Alpana Kumari, Sneha Gupta, Trishita, Orchi De, Riddhi Kumari, Anusha Sharma, Takshinya Shri, and Shrishti Chanderia. And the champions of throwball are none other than Rajdhani Eagles. Let's have a huge round of applause for Prerna Priya, Sanvi Pandey, Shrishti Agrahari, Ananya Kasaudan, Kiran Mai, Tanishka, Antika Yadav, and Yashvi. And finally, the time has come to announce the most coveted title of our Jasya, the overall champions. This year, the overall champions are Duranto Bulls. Let's have a huge round of applause for the team, the deserving recipients of this prestigious trophy. I request everyone to proceed for the lunch break. Please ensure your timely return by 2:45 p.m.
So please takeaways future.
Just for arts and arts we were sitting together, and it built a leadership team, leadership for me as well as for my team. It was like building a collaboration together so that we can work together in the future as well. So it was a great experience and I learned a lot through it.
I think it is really a great takeaway. And today, as we have listened, very true spirit. He has taken the hackathon and how the team has worked. All together. So
Yes,
thank
sir.
you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Please.
Hello, sir. Myself, Harshraj. So it taught us time management in a great way. Like we were having classes whole day, and the whole night we used to sit together, brainstorm on different ideas, and think for different ways to implement these things. So it taught us team working as well as time management in a great way.
Very good. What is your name?
Harsh.
Harsh, you shared very important point. And today is an era of learning by doing. Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Those are the gone days where people will only deliver the lecture and we get sensitized and we really become proficient in time management. But if you undertake a project, do something, then automatically you will get sensitized. So very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Vinay Chaurasia, and our team had participated in RC car as well as RoboWar. And the key learnings was first we got to learn about the circuits as well as the mechanical design of the car. Also, I would like to thank Munawar sir, if he's present here, for providing us a workshop and guiding with the RC cars. And in this competition in RC car, first main was the embedded systems, the control system and the circuit, and the numerous tests we performed. And as you mentioned, the teamwork, which was quite essential. And yeah, that's it. Thank
Very
you.
good, excellent. So when we are aspiring to be in the league of premier institutions in India like IITs, IIMs and other, if you look at the core spirit and my experience, then all these premier institutes, basically, they provide an ecosystem. And students choose these institutions not just for the curriculum. Curriculum, what you are learning here is no way different than what curriculum they are learning there. But it is more about the ecosystem and opportunity to work with the intellectual mass, vibrant system, and learn some of the important team management dimensions. Very good, Vinay. Who else would share the experiences?
Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. It was an amazing fest this year. We learned a lot about different things like Hyperloop, about Air Force, about Indian Army and different logistics sector things, as well as it was a great learning from meeting from different people from industry. Thank you for this opportunity for having us in this fest.
What is your name?
Sir, Sumit Kumar.
So Sumit, rightly you pointed, and very important point he highlighted. See, within 20 minutes of time, any expert, distinguished speaker cannot teach us everything. But this kind of small talk basically broadens our horizon and sensitizes us about the recent trends in the industry. Not only that, when you listen the experienced person, it is a seasoned temperament you are interacting with. Isn't it? How they think, because over a period of time, 20 years, 25 years in industry or any organization, their mind, attitude, their value system, all are molded. And a very finished product, we have an opportunity to interact with. So that is, I think, a very good advantage of such kind of tech fest, and rightly you shared your experiences. From this side, lot of experiences.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Devesh. I was thinking that this kind of event is happening only once in a year. This kind of event should be happen each year, each month, so that the people get more exposure, people come to know with more knowledge, and the ecosystem can be built, which you are talking about.
So this shows a lot of enthusiasm, and certainly if I go by the spirit, this event can be organized maybe twice or thrice in a year, considering our bandwidth, when the number of students will be more, when a number of faculty will increase. In fact, today we have quite a good number of faculty, and we have bandwidth to organize such kind of event multiple times in a year. But that is a very good enthusiasm, I would say, from the student side, that they are interested to really take the advantage of such events. Thank you very much.
Sir, one more request from you. Sir, like you discussed, we have come to know today about the Hyperloop concept. Also conduct the event related to the space, because recently we have inducted the aviation. So when you collaborate with some space companies, we will come to know about the better industry in the future, industry of the future.
No, actually, see, you rightly said, and that is our motto and objective. When we bring the people here, we request them, and they are the stalwarts, isn't it? They are the distinguished people in their area. They gradually try to include our student faculty in their team, and then we get real life exposure through such kind of collaboration. So sir, that is a way forward, and certainly.
Sir, also provide the networking facility with distinguished guests, so that we can exploit the ecosystem properly.
Obviously.
Thank you,
sure,
sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Anurag from MBA second year. So I would like to throw some light on the yesterday's talk, which was about our distinguished guest asked about, tell me an organization, if it shuts down, the world will notice. And there was a very good answer by Mr. Suraj Chetri, sir, from Airbus. He told that imagine the IITs or GSB, institutions like GSB to be shut down. So the world will definitely notice. Because if we talk about the top CEOs of the top MNCs, they are all Indians, and they are all the products of institutions like GSB, IT. We can be that institution in the future as well. So we have a very tight responsibility and very high responsibility to uphold that belief that if we don't work, there are people who will notice our absence. So we have that responsibility, and we should carry that responsibility to make our future bright.
Absolutely, very well point taken, and certainly we Indians are hardworking. Not only that, we are very much grounded with the reality, our value system, our family system, isn't it? Our societal system, that all shapes our personality. And it is not just the knowledge, but when the graduates, they work in various sectors or they go abroad, their hardworking nature, sincerity, dedication and integrity, which they have imbibed from their societal value system, family value system, really puts them much ahead of others. And that is a very great and significant contribution from India. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I am Parth Sidhu. We participated in Cypher Saga competition and secured the second position in that.
Very good.
So it was a really good event. Like one hint led from to another hint, and then we eventually reached to the answer. So it was a very fun time. We stayed late up till nights and worked in teams with along my teammates, and it was a very good experience.
Very good. So see, inspire the other students. I always say, students or faculty or anybody, what is an organization? Organization provides you the resources, isn't it? It provides you the network.
Yes, sir.
It provides you the professional environment. Okay, and all these ingredients are useful if you utilize them effectively in shaping your personality and professional growth.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it? So inspire the other students who have not participated. Because see, once you will leave this campus, you will really strive for all this kind of exposures.
Yes,
and
sir.
it would not be readily available. So try to make the maximum utilization of the resources available rather than looking into some negative part here and there.
Yes, sir. So this was an event like in which the event heads worked more than the participants.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Sir Thota from EC second year. So I participated in LT Spice, a new software for me, and did not win, but got to know a lot of things, how to do circuiting and all. And I was also an event head for RC car. And congratulations to all the participants here. And I was even an organizing committee for RoboWar also. It was a wonderful event yesterday. And RC car also. So the thing I learned here is very important, budget costing. I have given a budget which got half budget. I got the half budget, and I got to analyze the budget, like what should I buy, what should I not buy. And after that it's time management and working with others, collaborating with the other team also, getting the updates and everything was a new experience for me. And thank you for all the OC team here, working hard to make this event successful.
You all are very hardworking students, sincere students, dedicated to your goals, and that is something very much visible. And a very important point he has highlighted, while working on a technical project, he learned about the budgeting part, isn't it? So today we all talk about life cycle costing. आप AC खरीद रहे हो, refrigerator खरीद रहे हो, isn't it? It is all about, even घर खरीद रहे हो, it is all about life cycle costing. So this kind of concepts you really learn when you get engaged into the projects. Thank you very much. Anyone? You have a lot of ideas. Please share with your family. This is your family, and we are trying to enrich each other.
Hello, sir. My name is Kunal from MBA second year. The takeaway which I take from this Epitome was industry collaboration. We got to hear from top industry experts directly. We had talk about, learn about their experiences, shared our ideas. This was the most important thing which I considered from this Epitome.
Very good. And let us try to put it in a more holistic perspective. And at least two speakers they mentioned, the one AVM Thomas, he reminded that he has more yesterdays and less tomorrows, isn't it? So if I just put it in a more holistic way, then see, nothing happens just in one day. Generation to generation they contribute. Okay, so when the senior people or experienced people, they come share their experiences, it is basically they are representing a generation. They have contributed, made our country better in some context. Now from there we have to take the journey forward and see that how much we can contribute. So it is all an evolving journey. It's a long journey, and we have to mark our delta contribution in this entire journey. Thank you. Anyone else?
So, myself Harsh Trivedi, sir. The funding given to the RC car was about 5,000, but the required budget was 7,000. So can you increase the funding given to us?
It is a very good request. You see, when we execute the project, we also learn that how much, isn't it, cost escalation can take place considering our objectives, or whether we have provided more factor of safety. So that is also one of the very important learning. And if you think that in this kind of project, really to deliver some tangible kind of outcome, more budget is required, then certainly you just put a small half-page proposal that we could have achieved something more if extra budget of this much amount could have been provided. So that would be the input for us. When this kind of event is organized next time, we can certainly consider. It's a very good input.
You can speak over there. Durgesh.
You people can come here.
Both of you. Come on, boss. Yeah, you share your experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, last 2 days, or I can say last 9 days, was hectic as hell. I would first thanks the all 14 event heads. They put their all efforts to make a experience memorable, give you an experience that is mesmerizing, give you a learning. There was lots of learning. I get a feedback of Ideathon from Devendra Sandhu sir itself, that how fantastic your ideas were, how original the idea was. Where we have initiated many new events like RoboWar, Dronathon, Max Speed Madness 2nd edition, Cypher Saga 2nd edition. Just for mention, we have in Cypher Saga, we have 170 individual participants. That's the highest participant we have. Thereafter, I will thank Stage Management Committee. Stage Management Committee, these guys work like hell. One day before, on 22nd night, 4 a.m., they went back to their rooms for sleeping. Then I would like to thank decoration team and design team. Decoration team, this time, first time, there was the student decoration there. They work like 7 to 8 days regularly, put their all efforts. You can see the first time hand-printed banner outside over there. It's all completely handmade. A volley there signifying the roadmap we are following. Thereafter, I would thank media and photography team, who are the behind-the-scene heroes. You must having the memories. They are capturing them. Then I would like to thank. Finally, thank you to all students. Thank you to all students. Like, you are the one who make this event successful. कहाँ देखा तुमने? सर देखा है सर। इवेंट बोलना।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm and hearty welcome to each one of you present here at the valedictory ceremony of Epitome 25, the grand culmination of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya's much celebrated Tech Fest. Today, I have the privilege of being your host for this momentous afternoon. After days of rigorous competition, innovative showcases, and spirited participation, today, Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. a very warm and hearty welcome to each one of you present here at the valedictory ceremony of Epitome 25, the grand culmination of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya's much celebrated Tech Fest. Today, I have the privilege of being your host for this momentous afternoon. After days of rigorous competition, innovative showcases, and spirited participation, today we stand together to celebrate not just winners, but the spirit of technology, innovation, and collaboration that Epitome 25 has brought to life. A heartfelt welcome to all our dignitaries. Your presence today makes this occasion all the more special. Epitome 25 has been a beacon of innovation, pushing boundaries and redefining possibilities. Over the past few days, we've witnessed groundbreaking ideas, exceptional talent, and a spirit of relentless inquiry. As Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya continues its journey as India's pioneering university in the domain of transportation and logistics, Epitome serves as a testament to our students' zeal to innovate, engineer, and create solutions that shape a smarter, more connected world. Before moving forward, I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to felicitate the esteemed guests with a bouquet. Shri Hemang Joshi. Dr. Hemang Joshi. And Srimati Pinky Ben N. Soni. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Hemang Joshi and Srimati Pinky Ben N. Soni to please take the seats on the stage. It is now my honor to invite Shri Hemang Joshi, member of GSV Court, to share his valuable insights and words of encouragement with us. Sir, I request you to kindly grace us with your address.
So, good evening. Good evening. हाँ, अभी थोड़ा good morning जैसा good evening आया. सो कैसा रहा 2 दिन का आपका टेक्निकल फेस्टिवल? मज़ा आया? कल्चरल इवेंट कैसा था? मुझे उसमें इंटरेस्ट है. हाँ, कोई एक मुझे फीडबैक देगा कल्चरल इवेंट के बारे में? हुआ था? डीजे में मतलब ज़्यादा है, डीजे जो हुआ बराबर है. अभी नेक्स्ट टाइम का फेस्टिवल होगा ना, उसमें कल्चरल इवेंट को लेकर मैं थोड़ा आप सबके साथ ब्रेनस्टॉर्म करूंगा, क्या अच्छा और कर सकते हैं. ठीक है? Because I know that in this technical festival, there might have been a great brain churning sessions. बहुत सारे ऐसे चर्चा सत्र रहे होंगे जिसमें आप सबको बहुत कुछ सीखने को भी मिला होगा, कुछ चीज़ों में दिमाग में ज़ोर डालना पड़ा होगा, कुछ चीज़ें गूगल करनी पड़ी होगी, पर अंत में ये सब चीज़ों में से अगर 1-2 चीज़ भी आपने अपनी जर्नी के साथ अगर आप ले चले, तो मुझे लगता है कि यह जो हम ये 2 दिन का पूरा टेक्निकल फेस्टिवल किया है वो सार्थक रहेगा, वो यूज़फुल रहेगा. कल भी हमारे बीच में बहुत सारे महानुभाव थे. हमारे माननीय मंत्री श्री भी हमारे बीच वर्चुअल माध्यम से मौजूद थे. आज इस इवेंट के वैलिडिटी सेशन में हमें गर्व है कि वडोदरा के हमारे महापौर मेयर श्रीमती पिंकीबेन सोनी जी भी यहाँ पे मौजूद है. और हमारे ऑलवेज ऐसे एनर्जेटिक वाइस चांसलर कि जो जीएसवी के लिए तो चिंतित रहते ही हैं, जीएसवी के लिए कई बार मुझे भी बात करते कि आप अगर साहब को मिले, हमारे चांसलर साहब और ऑनरेबल मंत्री जी को, तो आप यह बात उनको बताइएगा। उस हिसाब से आपके एक एक बच्चों की, आपके फैकल्टी की, यहाँ के नॉन एकेडमिक स्टाफ की, सब की चिंता करते। वैसे हमारे वाइस चांसलर जी के लिए भी एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। वैसे आज तो मैं बहुत ही ऐसा इंटेलेक्चुअल स्टेटमेंट्स देने के लिए आज यहाँ पे नहीं आया हूँ, आप लोग भी अभी थोड़ा रिलैक्स मोड पे होंगे, पर मैं सिर्फ यही बात आपको बताने के लिए आया हूँ कि आपको अपने आप को नहीं पता कि आप किस रिवॉल्यूशन के फ्लैग बेरर है, अभी किस अभियान को आगे लेकर जाने वाले हैं। जीएसवी इज़ इन एन इंसेप्शन स्टेज राइट नाउ। जैसा साहब का विजन है, मोदी साहब का जो विजन, मतलब मैं आपको बोलता हूँ कि जब जनधन योजना को लेकर बात हो रही थी तो पहले सब हंसते थे, क्या जनधन योजना, कितना बैंक वाले अकाउंट ही नहीं खोलने देंगे क्योंकि उसमें गरीबों के लिए तो पैसे ही नहीं रखेंगे गरीब, ऐसी बातें होती थी। मेक इन इंडिया की बात हुई तो हमारे तो एलओपी ऐसा पार्लियामेंट में बोले मेक इन इंडिया नहीं होगा, नहीं होगा। अभी उनके ड्राइंग रूम तक मेक इन इंडिया पहुंच गया है। आप समझ रहे हैं, कुछ भी चीज़ मोदी साहब का जो विजन होता है ना, वो ऑर्डिनरी लोग पहले रिडिक्यूल करते हैं, पर अगर जो कोई लोग इसमें थोड़ा अपना दिमाग अगर हो वो लगाए, तब उनको पता चलेगा कि ये विजन का क्या मायने होता है। उस हिसाब से आप सब आगे आकर हमारे विकसित भारत के आप वाहक बनने वाले हैं। तो मैं सिर्फ यही बात बताना चाहता हूं कि मुझे अफसोस है कि मैं जीएसवी का विद्यार्थी नहीं बन पाया। और जिस तरीके से जो क्यूरेटेड कोर्स जीएसवी क्राफ्ट करता है आप लोगों के लिए, और जिस प्रकार से यहाँ पे हमारे चांसलर श्रीमान अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, उनका भी आपके लिए जो विजन रहता है, तो मैं मानता हूँ कि आगे जाकर आप सब बड़े बड़े आदमी बनने वाले हैं, बड़े बड़े मैडम बनने वाले हैं, और तब आप बड़े होकर भी फिर भी जब वडोदरा आए तो हम सबको याद करिएगा, वडोदरा को मत भूलना, ठीक है। अंत में मैं यह एनुअल टेक्निकल फेस्टिवल के सभी आयोजन समिति जो ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम है, उनको भी मैं, उनके लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। मेरे अंदर यह कम उम्र में अगर कोई लीडरशिप क्वालिटी ऐसा आया हो ना, तो वो इसी वजह से आया है क्योंकि मैंने ऐसे बहुत सारे इवेंट्स ऑर्गेनाइज किए। उसमें हम तो, मतलब आपका तो ठीक है, आप तो भाई जीएसवी है, हम तो दर दर भटकते थे स्पॉन्सर्स के पास, सर इतना हमारा बजट है, थोड़ा आप ये स्पॉन्सर कर दीजिए, हमें ये करना है वो करना है। स्पीकर्स के लिए हम तरसते थे, साहब आप एक फ़ोन लगा दीजिए, वो स्पीकर अगर आ जाए तो हमारे लिए ये हो जाएगा। आपको तो एक फ़ोन से सब कुछ मिल रहा है तो अच्छी बात है, आप सब लकी है, सच में आप लकी है। तो इस तरीके से हमने भी कई सारे इवेंट्स ऑर्गेनाइज किए हैं, और उससे हमें जो लर्निंग मिली है, उससे हमने जो टीम वर्क ऐसा रहा है, वैसी चीज़ों से हम एक लीडर की तौर पे हम मोल्ड हुए हैं। तो ये एक इतना आसान काम नहीं है। जिन जिन लोगों ने इसका पार्ट बने, इसको सफल बनाने के लिए मेहनत की, रात दिन मेहनत की, उन सबको ये क्रेडिट जाता है। हमारे वाइस चांसलर सर, हमारे एकेडमिक टीम, हमारे सभी स्पीकर्स के जो सिर्फ 15 मिनट का एड्रेस आपको यहाँ पे देने के लिए घंटों अपनी सफ़र तय करके आते हैं, और उनको आप जब बड़े हो जाएंगे ना, बड़े कोई अच्छी जगह पे, तब आपको यह बात पता चलेगा कि आपको एक ऐसा होता है कि आई वांट टू गिव बैक समथिंग टू द सोसाइटी। उनको सिर्फ यही इंटेंट होता है। यहाँ पे आकर उनको कोई टीआरपी नहीं मिलने वाला, या वो कुछ सेलिब्रिटी नहीं है, टेलीविज़न में नहीं आने वाले हैं, पर उनके अंदर ऐसा एक इंटेंट होता है कि आई वांट टू गिव बैक टू द सोसाइटी। तो उस भाव से हमारे सभी स्पीकर्स यहाँ पे आए, आप लोगों को गाइड किया, और मैंने कल भी ये बात बताई थी कि कोई एक बात भी अगर उनकी आपने सुन ली तो आपकी लाइफ बदल सकती है। कई बार ऐसा होता है। तो उन लोगों के लिए भी एक बार जोरदार तालियां, जिन्होंने यहाँ पे आकर आपके बीच में उनका नॉलेज, उनका विजडम परोसा है। और एक आप सबके टीम मेंबर, मैं तो कोर्ट का भी मेंबर हूँ, हमारे पीएम साहब का और अश्विनी जी का मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगा कि मुझे जीएसवी जैसी एक ऐतिहासिक यूनिवर्सिटी के कोर्ट का मेंबर मुझे बनने का मौका दिया है। और जिस तरीके से मैं तो आपका टीम मेंबर हूँ, मैंने पहले भी जब फैकल्टीज़ के साथ मेरा मीटिंग होता तब भी मैंने बोला था कि कंसीडर मी योर फैमिली मेंबर्स। आज आप स्टूडेंट्स को भी बोल रहा हूँ, कंसीडर मी योर फैमिली मेंबर। अब मैं आपका बड़ा भाई हूँ, अगर कोई मेरे से भी बड़े उम्र के यहाँ पे पढ़ना है तो उनका छोटा भाई हूँ। पर नहीं, सच में मैं जब MHRM कर रहा था तो हमारे वहाँ पे एक एकेडमिक लीव पे कर्नल साहब आए थे, तो टीचर आते थे तब सब लोग डिसिप्लिन नहीं आ जाते, पर हमारे क्लासमेट कर्नल साहब आते थे, सब बच्चे डिसिप्लिन में आ जाते थे। तो अगर कोई बड़े हैं तो उनका मैं छोटा भाई हूँ, पर कुछ भी मेरे लायक भी कुछ हो तो आई एम ऑलवेज देयर अवेलेबल फॉर यू। बस आप अच्छे से पढ़िए, अच्छे से आगे बढ़िए और भारत का नाम रोशन करिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Dr. Hemang Joshi, for your inspiring words. That will surely spark a renewed sense of purpose among our students. Moving forward, it's an absolute privilege to welcome Srimati Pinkyben N. Soni, Honorable Mayor of Vadodara. With a background in accountancy and a deep commitment to public service, she has played a pivotal role in initiatives for women's welfare, community development, and cultural enrichment. Currently leading the Vadodara Municipal Corporation, she is known for her dedication to empowering people and driving positive change. Let's give a warm welcome to Mayor Pinkyben Soni ma'am. Your dedication to transforming our city into a smart and sustainable urban space is truly commendable. May I now request you to address the gathering.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे। धन्यवाद। यहाँ भारत की युवा पीढ़ी, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने युवा भारत, 4 पिलर्स ऑफ विकसित भारत, और उसमें से एक पिलर मतलब युवा, आदरणीय वड़ा प्रधान श्री ने उनके एक वक्तव्य में भी कहा था कि भारत का युवा, भारत का आज का युवा जो स्वप्न देखता है ना, उसमें पूरा विश्व अपना भविष्य देखता है। तो ये जो युवा शक्ति यहाँ पर बैठी है और आज के दिन का संयोग भी ये है कि भारत की एक युवा शक्ति के जिसने अपने देश की रक्षा के लिए अपने प्राणों की आहुति देने के लिए एक सेकंड का भी विचार नहीं किया था। मैं बात कर रही हूँ, आज शहीद दिवस है। श्री भगत सिंह जी जो उनकी उम्र के 24वें साल में मतलब युवा अवस्था में उन्होंने देश के लिए अपने प्राणों की आहुति दी थी। तो आज ये जो हम सबको भारत का युवा क्या होता है समग्र विश्व को अगर किसी ने बताया है तो ये सही मायने में साबित किया है तो वो भगत सिंह जी थे, वो स्वामी विवेकानंद जी थे जो चिर युवा अस्तित्व थे। हमारे सब के लिए वो प्रेरणादायक पथदर्शक व्यक्तित्व भी थे। तो आज उनके जो पुण्यतिथि है हम सब उनको दिल से हृदयांजलि देते हैं। साथ ही में गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय, थोड़े दिनों पहले हमारे मिनिस्टर श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी आए थे और हम साथ में ही थे, सांसद श्री और हम दोनों उनको सी ऑफ करने के लिए एयरपोर्ट पर बैठे थे। तभी उन्होंने गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय के लिए एक बात कही। उन्होंने कहा कि ये जो गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय है आप जाके आए, मुझे वैसा उन्होंने क्वेश्चन किया। मैंने कहा नहीं मुझे जाना है, मैंने सुना है। बोले ये बड़ौदा का जो हार्ट है ना वो है गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय, जिसकी धड़कन से पूरा बड़ौदा चलता है। तो आज के हमारे ये कार्यक्रम में हमारे साथ उपस्थित हमारे समग्र देश के युवा, बड़ौदा के युवा सांसद श्री डॉक्टर हेमांग भाई जोशी जी, और यहाँ बैठे आप सब जो सही मायने में गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय क्या है उसकी पहचान दुनिया को मतलब मिलेगी तो आपसे ही मिलेगी। आदरणीय वड़ा प्रधान श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने अक्टूबर 2021 में जब ये गति शक्ति का कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की, उनका जो विज़न है देश को दुनिया में कुछ अलग जगह दिखाई है। यहाँ पर अभी मुझे बात हुई, मनोज जी ने बताया कि बहुत सारे अलग अलग देश से, अलग अलग कंट्री से भी स्टूडेंट हैं। तो साथ ही में हमारे ही देश से सभी स्टेट के भी स्टूडेंट हैं। सही मायने में आदरणीय वड़ा प्रधान श्री ने जो स्वप्न देखा है, विकसित भारत का स्वप्न, क्योंकि ये जो रेलवे है या फिर पोर्ट है, एयरक्राफ्ट है, इन सबको जोड़ के हम लोग जब पढ़ते थे, हम तो मिडल तक पहुंच चुके, 50 मतलब अभी पता नहीं कितने बाकी है, आधे से ज़्यादा पूरा कर दिया होगा हमने हमारा सफ़र। हमारे ज़माने में ऐसा नहीं था कि हमें जो जिस दिशा में हमें जाना है उसके हिसाब से हमें वो जो जहाँ पर काम लगेगा वो एजुकेशन मिले, समझे। वहाँ पर खाली 3 स्ट्रीम थी, या साइंस लो या कॉमर्स लो या आर्ट्स लो। आदरणीय वड़ा प्रधान श्री के एफर्ट्स से के चलते आज आप लोगों के लिए ये उपलब्धि हासिल हुई है। देश को दुनिया में कई और जगह पर उसको मोखरे के स्थान पर, उसको फर्स्ट थर्ड ऑफ वर्ल्ड सिटीज़ में, कंट्रीज़ में बिठाने की दिशा में आदरणीय वड़ा प्रधान श्री काम कर रहे हैं। उसमें वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो या टॉप क्लास एजुकेशन हब बनाने की दिशा में हमारे देश के लिए आदरणीय वड़ा प्रधान श्री के एफर्ट्स हो, सभी दिशा में उन्होंने बहुत सारे एफर्ट्स रखे हैं। जो शक्ति होती है देश के लिए, देश के विकास के लिए, कोई भी चाहे कोई इंसान अपना घर ही क्यों ना बना रहा हो, उसमें भी उसको सभी अलग अलग सेक्शन में विचार करके उसमें शक्ति डाल के उसको आगे बढ़ाना पड़ता है। वैसे ही कोई स्कूल बन रही है, कोई यूनिवर्सिटी बन रही है, आगे जाके उसमें कौन सा नया क्या क्या जोड़ना पड़ेगा वो भी सोच में लेके आगे रोल ऑफ जो गवर्नमेंट होता है, तो सबको साथ लेके, सबके लिए, सबके साथ मिलके कैसे हमारे देश को एक अलग पहचान दिलानी है। आदरणीय वड़ा प्रधान श्री के जो उनका जो विज़न था और आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री ने इस विज़न को मिशन बनाया है। अभी हमारे जो सांसद श्री ने बताया कि हमें मार्गदर्शन देने के लिए अलग अलग पैनलिस्ट भी यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं, जो हमारे आगे ये क्षेत्र में कुछ करके आगे कुछ बन गए हैं। सही मायने में हम जो स्टूडेंट जब भी होते हैं तो कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि भाई बोलेंगे, हमें सुनना है, पर जो एक व्यक्ति आपको आपके विषय की तलस्पर्शी जो मार्गदर्शन देने आए हैं, उनके पूरे ज़िंदगी के वो उसमें अनुभव जुड़े हुए हैं। हम चाहे कितनी भी बुक्स क्यों ना पढ़ ले, कितना भी कोर्स कंप्लीट क्यों ना कर ले, पर जो किसी के अनुभव से प्राप्त होता है ना, ये दुनिया में कहीं किसी यूनिवर्सिटी में या किसी बुक्स में या किसी भी कोर्स में वो कवर नहीं होता है। क्योंकि जब भी प्रैक्टिकली हम जब दुनिया में आते हैं तो जो भी हमारे साथ हमारे अनुभव के तौर पर जो जुड़ता है और उनके अनुभव के जो ऐश्वर्य समृद्धि का जो वैभव है, जो प्राप्त करने की आप सबको ये तक मिली है कल और आज, मतलब 2 दिनों से आप ये जो ज्ञान वैभव की प्राप्ति कर रहे हैं, मैं आप सबको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ कि आदरणीय वड़ा प्रधान श्री के ये जो प्रयत्न है कि आज के युवा को उनको संपन्न बनाना है, क्योंकि आज का युवा वो भविष्य का भारत है और भविष्य के भारत को आकार देने के लिए, विकसित भारत के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए आदरणीय वड़ा प्रधान श्री जो काम कर रहे हैं, हम सब उनकी शक्ति बन के, शक्ति जो गति देती है, गति के लिए शक्ति इतनी ही अनिवार्य होती है। और आपको आपकी ये जो एजुकेशन के ईयर्स है उसमें ही ये शक्ति के साथ जुड़ने की जो तक मिली है, जो मौका मिला है, मैं आप सबको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। और बड़ौदा महानगर पालिका द्वारा भी आज बड़ौदा की दिशा में विकास करने के लिए एक गति मिली है। आज तक लगभग जितने भी उसमें नई नौकरी के लिए रोजगार किए गए, उसमें पहला ये साल ऐसा है, मैं ईश्वर की आभारी हूँ कि हमें ये तक मिली है। हमने 2410 यानी 2410 जितने लोगों को रोजगारी दी है। साथ ही में हम सब जानते हैं कि बड़ौदा ये पूर्व की परिस्थिति में हर घर में पानी भरा था, पूरा शहर के सभी नागरिक कितनी मुश्किलों का सामना कर रहे थे। तो हम सबका जब भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री यहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री थे, तब उनका भी ये स्वप्न था कि बड़ौदा के बीच से पूरे विश्व में एकमात्र बड़ौदा ऐसा सिटी है कि जिसके बीच में से ये विश्वामित्री नदी पसार होती है और बारिश के दिनों में बारिश की बदलती हुई पैटर्न के चलते जब उसमें फ्लड आता है तब पूरे शहर की और शहरी जनों की परिस्थिति दयनीय होती है। तो ईश्वर ने हमारी उसमें हम उसके लिए कुछ कर सके, उसके लिए हमारी जो पसंदगी की मैं आभार अभिव्यक्त करती हूँ, क्योंकि ये ऐतिहासिक कामगिरी अभी चल रही है जो विश्वामित्री की दिशा में काम हो रहा है। साथ ही में बड़ौदा महानगर पालिका विकास की दिशा में भी गति कर रहा है। तो गतिशक्ति विश्वविद्यालय के जहाँ से मुझे कल ही बताया गया, मनोज जी ने बताया कि यहाँ पर जो एजुकेशन प्राप्त करते हैं वो स्टूडेंट में से 80% स्टूडेंट मात्र 2 साल अभी कंप्लीट हुए हैं और 80% स्टूडेंट जॉब प्राप्त करते हैं। मतलब सही मायने में जॉब गिवर, जॉब लेने के लिए आपको जो चाहिए, जो आपको काम लगने वाला है वो एजुकेशन मिलता है, साथ ही में जॉब ही मिलती है। आगे के थोड़े दिनों में बड़ौदा महानगर पालिका का, बड़ौदा शहर का जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का नेतृत्व है वो एक बिहार दिवस के लिए, बिहार स्थापना दिवस आ रहा है, उसके लिए एक सेलिब्रेशन सेरेमनी रखने जा रहा है। मैंने मनोज जी से अभी बात की, मुझे पता चला कि बिहार के भी कई स्टूडेंट हैं और कुछ जुड़ने भी वाले हैं। मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ मेरी और सांसद श्री हेमांग भाई जोशी की ओर से कि आप जो भी बाहर के स्टेट के जो भी स्टूडेंट हैं आप सबको मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ और आप सबको ईश्वर आपके उज्जवल भविष्य में पूरी सफलता दे, उसकी मैं मेरे दिल की गहराइयों से ईश्वर की चरणों में प्रार्थना करती हूँ। आप सबको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। आभार। भारत माता की जय। वंदे मातरम।
Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful and motivating address. Your leadership is an inspiration to all of us. Moving forward, we would also like to take a moment to acknowledge and felicitate Dr. Hemang Joshi sir and Srimati Pinky Ben N. Soni ma'am. We would like to inform you that our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Ravneet Singh, could not join us today due to unavoidable circumstances. We will now moving forward and be distributing remaining prizes of Aujasya.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Best Player Award recognizes the exceptional talent and unwavering determination displayed by an athlete. Beyond talent, it celebrates dedication, strategy, and the ability to inspire other teammates on and off the field. So without further ado, let's begin. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and the esteemed dignitaries seated on the dais to felicitate the winners. In badminton, the Best Player Award goes to Sneha Gupta. In basketball, the Best Player Award goes to Vikas Yadav. In cricket, the Best Player Award goes to Shri Krishna Pandey. In table tennis, the Best Player Award goes to Shivanand. In football, the Best Player Award goes to Piyush Sharma. In handball, the Best Player Award goes to Prateek Prasoon. In volleyball, the Best Player Award goes to Aman Sharma. And last but not the least, the Best Player Award in throwball goes to Prerna Priya. As we draw the curtains on our gesture, we extend our sincere congratulations to all the winners and participants, and we would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible efforts of the Sports Committee and the Organizing Committee. Thank you.
What an incredible journey it has been over the last few days at Epitome. We've witnessed Now we resume our award-giving process, and I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir Manoj Chaudhary and our Dean Academics Dr. Jitesh Thakkar Sir to be present on the stage. What an incredible journey it has been over the last few days at Epitome. We've witnessed innovation, passion, and some truly game-changing ideas come to life. From coding battles that had us on the edge of our seats to mind-bending tech quizzes and the electrifying creativity that flowed through every event, Epitome has truly lived up to its name as the pinnacle of talent and technology. But now it's time for the moment we've all been waiting for. The culmination of effort, late nights, and relentless determination. The ones who stood out, who pushed boundaries, and who dared to dream bigger. So without further ado, let's celebrate the champions of Epitome. Get ready to cheer as we reveal the names of those who made their mark and claimed victory.
We will now invite our winners to come on the stage and receive the prizes. Please join me on congratulating our winners as we call out the name. Event 1, Ideathon. Third, Gulshan Kumar, S. Pranati, Kiran Mai and Pranav Chaudhary. Second, Chirag, Pranjal, Swapnin and Amisha. First, Devesh, Dushyant, Ravi and Sumit Kumar. Next event, Max Speed Madness. Third prize, Swapnil, Satvik, Roshan, Anand and Takshri Sanyashri. Second, Abhinav, Ishan, Devashish, Hariom and Vinay Chaurasia. First, Shivraj, Pratik, Vishal, Prashant and Somit and Aditya Ranjan. Next event, Nirman. Third, Uttam, Shobit, Aman and Venkatesh. Second, Atulya, Shashank, Rupesh and Siddhant. First, Ayush, Mohammad Imran, Vivek and Anup. Next event, Hack for Industry. Third prize, Chaman Kumar, Ashish Kumar and Vikas. Second, Vikrant, Anand, Ajitesh and Abhinav. And first prize, Shivansh Gupta, Kanishk, Harsh Raj, Ansh and Rahul. For the next event, Bulls and Bears, the third prize, Aditya Kumar, Ayush Srivastav and Shivam Kumar. Second, Harsh, Sumit and Pushpal. And first, Roshan, Pratik and Sanvi. For the next event, Cypher Saga 2.0, the third prize, Ankit Anand, Vaibhav Sharma and Karthik. Second, Aryan Thakur, Aryan Vash and Parth. And first prize, Suman Kumar and Aditya Kumar Rai. For the next event, Battle of Titans, the third prize, Levin Jain, Anand, Krishna, and Roshan. Second prize, Debashish, Ishan, Hariom, Balasen and Vinay Chaurasia. First prize, Ananya, Shaksham, Aryan and Abhinandan and Dhirendra Amrute. For the payback winners are the Manikant, Shivam, Divya, Shivam Pathak, Utkarsh, Manas, Achal and Harsh Kumar. For the next event Akar, the third prize, Sandeep Patel, Ankush, Aryan and Saubhagya. Second prize, Shalika, Vaishnavi, Vaibhav and Tanisha. The first prize, Animesh, Ankit, Pratik, for the next event of a Dronathon. The third prize is Afreen, Mrunal, Pratiksha, Nirmal, Ved, Shakshi, Abhinav and Divya. For the second prize, Pratik, Saksham, Saket, Arjun, Abhinav, Aditya, Shubham and Anish Kumar. And the first prize, Amisha, Rahul, Anna, Pranati, Shrishti, Ankit, Chakshu, Nandani, Vanshika and Gagan Jain. For the model exhibition, the third prize, Daksh Sharma, Gopal, Adarsh and Himanshu Yadav. With the second prize, S. Pranati, Vanshika, Chakshu and Gagan Jain. And the first prize, Pradumna Pal and Tanishka. For the next event of Bits Blist, the third prize is Soumya Banerjee, Gaurav, and Ashutosh Raj. Second prize, Arpit, Neeraj, and Ayush Thakur. And first, Suman Kumar, Soham Wani, and Aditya Kumar Rai. And the last event, Spicecraft, the third prize, Janmesh Sharma, Shobit Dubey, Vinay Chaurasya, and Balasin Rajkumar. With the following winners, Mohammad Imran, Aditya Kumar Rai. And the winners, Mohammad Imran and Aditya Kumar Rai. Now we would like to acknowledge and show towards and certified our overall coordinators. First, the Uttam Sandhyals. Soham Wani. Shrey Dikshit. Shobit Dubey. Durgesh Kumar and Vivek Kumar. You will say thank you or I should? You will say?
स्पेशल अनाउंसमेंट प्रोग्राम है सुबह ये बोलना है
Congratulations to all the winners. Every successful event rests upon the shoulders of countless people working tirelessly behind the scenes. And so, to extend our gratitude and appreciation, I now invite Professor R. Edwin Raj, Dean of Students' Welfare, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Yeah. Good evening. I could see a lot of cheer in our boys, right? A lot of prizes you have won and a lot of things you have learned. Is it right? Can you wholeheartedly say that you have learned a lot of good things in these 2 days? Yeah. You have to tell it from your whole heart that you have learned, you are able to hear from people of a lot of eminence and all, isn't it? I think in our lifetime as a student, we have never able to get all these things in the student days. But you are all privileged to witness all these things. So I think you have to be thankful. When I say thankful and gratitude is in our hearts, you know. So this Epitome, this is the 3rd edition, right? We started in 2023, 24 and 25. I think the architect behind all this Epitome is our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Can we all stand up together and put a full hand of applause to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Otherwise, I think for the past 3 years, we couldn't get any of this type of things. Thank you, sir, from our whole heart. Thank you, sir. Yeah, please. When you look at this program schedule and all, I think you can see 19 people. Last time I was actually worried how I am going to do. This time, sir, honestly, I can say this time it is very organized because we have 36 faculty members to put our hands together. So the works become so easy as we were able to have more human resources and all. So that also we had to thank our Vice Chancellor because we were able to have more staff members every year and all. And still it is getting added up. That's a great thing. I was thinking one statement came to my mind because it is a teamwork. I was saying last year I was a lot of tense situation I gone through. But this time it has become so easy because it is a teamwork. One statement came to my mind is the world is yet to see what a team can accomplish if they don't bother about who takes the credit. Shall I repeat it? The world is yet to see what the team is going to accomplish if they don't bother about who is going to take the credit. I think that's the way, the spirit in which our team we worked. So for example, another thing I will say, we have a faculty, staff, and student. Another statement comes to my mind is the cord of 3 strands will not be easily broken. The cord of 3 strands cannot be easily broken. So the 3 cord, I will say, faculty, staff, and students, we work together as a team. And that is why I think I say now this year, with a joyful heart, it becomes very easy. I think Dr. Ram is not here. I think he is the only person who might be doing a lot of hard work. I think he also should be able to say, compared with last year, we were able to do well. Another thing as a team effort, because I don't want to pinpoint somebody, but it's a team effort. We did a lot of good things. There is a lot of freedom of expression when we all come together, even though sometimes even some of the things are nonsensical, but still we have given a lot of freedom of expression in our teamwork. So, and then only we were able to come together in coherence. In collaborative and collective decision making and collective responsibility, we took it. So I wanted to appreciate all the Epitome committee members. I don't want to take by names. I think one by one, those who take care of the transport, those who take care of the food, who take care of the stage arrangement. When I asked Vipul, he said, "Sir, you have to tell thanks for the stage management committee." Isn't it? Especially, he told. They did it so excellently. I think I have seen our staff members doing rehearsal, and they did it so wonderfully. I have to thank all the stage management committee. They did it flawlessly because of your tireless effort and other things. And he said the design and decoration team. I think this is the first time we could see all the handmade items. That is the things which we had to appreciate. When you put your hands, you put your soul, your heart, and your mind into it. Then your involvement becomes better. I think the banner handmade and the things which is handmade, I really appreciate the team, and design and decoration team for that one, I think. So students all together, they have done a lot of good things. But I think I should not miss out. All these things happen because of our sponsors, right? All because of the sponsors. Every year, I think we are getting bigger sponsors because of our, the effort of our Vice Chancellor. This time we have Deutsche Bahn. Then as a platinum sponsor, then we had Alstom as our gold sponsor. Similarly, the Airbus, they all combined together as a gold sponsor. But at the same time, I had to officially thank all the people. We had yesterday our chief guest, Sri Jain Chaudhary sir. I think in his absence, I think we need to thank him for allotting a time for us and to be able to speak to us. Isn't it? He's, the parliament is going on. We know he's very busy, and still he was able to allot time, spend time, because he thinks our university is very important. So he allotted time. And I was thinking about our MP. I think we need to thank our MP, Honorable Dr. Hemant Joshi, sir, isn't it? He was able to come on 2 days. We need to thank him. Because we are all from different places, we have come to Vadodara, and the support we get it from the public servants of Vadodara is enormous. Our MLA, our MP, I think we have to thank Honorable Mayor Pinky Ben Soni, isn't it? Because when we come, we feel at home. This all happened because of our effort of our sir to bring all the peoples together. Then we feel at home, isn't it? Not only we are here to develop Vadodara, Gujarat, India, and global. That is our perspective in all modes of transport and to the society. So we had to thank all the public servants, the Honorable MP, MLA, and the Mayor for being with us. I wanted to thank the people, a lot of people who came from our army. How most of them came from Delhi. We need to thank. We need to thank Air Vice Marshal Philip Thomas from Indian Air Force. Isn't it? And we need to, we cannot miss out today an important person who came. I think you remember that. Who is a very important person who came today? Professor Satya Chakraborty, isn't it? Sir told how much effort he has taken to be with us. I think, can we thank him in his absence also? Because the gratitude is very important. We should feel how much pain they are taking it as for us. And I just listed out the names. Rao Ganappa was with us. VVS Srinivas with us. I think we wanted to thank Praveen Kumar, MD sir, DFCCIL. He's one of our prime recruiter, and he came and spent time with us. I think we need to thank. We need to thank Davinder Sandhu, Suraj Chetri, Anil Kumar Saini, Andreas Foster, and Jay Jagdish. Yesterday they came. Not only that, I think we should never forget a person from Sydney. He came, isn't it, Professor Vinay Dikshit? I think we need to thank him. And Major General R.S. Godara. And today, I think 3 of us are here. I think we are thankful to you, sir. Even though the time is limited, I think you are all pure technical person, I know. But because of want of time, I think we couldn't get. But we have learned. I think a lot of interactions we did. I think we are really thankful to you, sir, for spending your time and sharing your knowledge. Nevertheless, the least, I think, finally, without students, I think nothing can happen. Right? Without students, nothing can happen. We all do it for students, by the students, I think. I think this is the first time I'm doing the vote of thanks. Otherwise, from the beginning to the end, it is by the students, right? So I think you can say that I'm a student welfare, so that otherwise you can leave it. Otherwise, the entire program is managed by the students. So the students, the leadership quality, then only it will come up. I want you to take up a lot of leadership things, and you have to come up with bright colors. I say thank you. God bless you all. Yeah. So this press release is done by the government. You see how we are. Our GSB is going globally. How things are being done. Thank you. One and all.
Thank you, sir, for those warm words of gratitude. And with that, we bring the curtains down on this magnificent journey called Epitome 25. A huge thank you to all the participants, mentors, volunteers, and sponsors for making this fest a grand success. Your hard work and enthusiasm have been the driving force behind Epitome 25. Now, I invite you all to join us for high tea, where we can celebrate today's success and forge new connections for tomorrow's innovations. Thank you.